Sounds like we're off to a slow start this morning. I had a sidebar right off the bat. Oops, let me see. Let me just make
are present, the jury is not present. Yes, second. Do you have the thing up where you can seal the lock? Or is sidebar and then I think because of the number of people I need to talk with, the sidebar up here, coming up.
okay. Interesting. They kick everybody out of the courtroom. So you'd think that they wouldn't have the camera. I guess cameras are on for we just. Looks like it's in a good mood. Okay, we're gonna go seal for the bar probably. Okay, let's see if we've got any Nate as to what's going on. Sidebar going on. Let's see. Nate Eaton posted 20 minutes ago, still waiting outside the courtroom. Unclear what the issue has come up, but Judge Boreski asked, will likely explain even vaguely once we are allowed back in. And 9 minutes ago, he said a Department of Correction officer was part of the sidebar. He just walked out of the courtroom. Then he adds administrator, a court correction officer administrator. Sidebar continues. Still waiting outside. We've got a long sidebar going on. Let's see if our other courtroom Meanwhile, over in Karen Reed trial, there was a motion for a mistrial. I have no idea which side filed the motion. Let's take a look at that. We'll ask Grok. Oh, I think Karen Reed trial went to the jury. Okay. Let's see what Grok has to say. Okay, the defense requested a mistrial. This request was prompted by the prosecution's questioning of a witness about holes in the John O'Keefe hoodie, which the defense argued were improperly introduced as evidence cut by a state criminalist. Judge Beverly Cannon denied the mistrial request and provided a curative instruction to the jury clarifying that the holes in the hoodie were made by state criminalists, not part of the original evidence. The trial continues with the jury in place. So, okay, let's see. This is kind of to look into the future. Okay, neat eating. 2 minutes. We are back in the courtroom. Lori and her team remain at the table. Judge is not on the bench. So, sounds like things ought to start getting underway. The mystery sidebar. Let's see. What else? Friday, didn't tune in. He was kicked out of the courtroom by the judge when he got disrespectful and was shouting at the judge. accusing him of being disrespectful or shouting at her. And he is over her. Not buying her offensive, which is really rather offensive. Okay, Judge Brisky is back on the bench. He asked the jury to be brought in and tells Trina K to get to the next witness. What, we don't get any description of what happened in the sidebar? I object. Let's see. Judge Bresky says we will take a witness out of order. Pilar's testimony will resume at a later time. Dan Moss, a civilian witness, is taking the stand. Yes, Trina K brought this up Friday that certain witnesses would be taken out of order because of the travel requirements. So that's nothing unplanned. Dan Moss is from Rexburg, and he owns a window tinting shop. So this is going to be about Alex coming in to get extra dark tinting on the windows. Now, legal in the state of Wyoming, from a doctor have to have tinted to prevent headaches or other neurological issues. How long till go look at Nate's, see how long ago the sidebar ended. Gosh, it could be another 25 minutes. Just looking to see if we've got it. Oh, this is like pulling teeth waiting for this 30-minute delay to finish up with the Oh, they're going to be talking about percentage of window tinting. Nate Eaton says, we see an exhibit and it shows a list of phone numbers that called the store. One of the phone numbers was from a 480 Arizona number. The person asked about getting a tint on their Jeep. Moss said he scheduled an appointment and tint was put on the Jeep. So, the Alex. Okay, Moss put on the 5% tint for this window. 5% tint means it lets 5% of the light in, meaning 95%. So it's extremely dark. I think a post from Nate said that 20% you could still see outlines of figures, but I guess not with 5%. So, yeah, if somebody saw somebody in the back of a Jeep and a little mobile snipers with a rifle, likely they would have called 911. Oh, it would have been effective if they got a piece of glass with the window tinting at 5% on it and submitted that as an exhibit so that the jury could hold up the piece of glass and take a look at it. Hello, Cat. Oh, we are off to a rather dull start. We have no idea what it was about. We only know that there was a corrections officer or a administrator who walked out of the courtroom. Usually they make a record on a statement of the side, but not doing that for us today. Interesting. It says Moss was asked to add more tint to the window. If someone was laying or sitting in the back of this Jeep and you walked to look in there, you wouldn't be able to see them. Trina K. asked. Lori objects based on speculation. Judge overrules the objection. Moss said you wouldn't be able to see someone with factory tint plus an additional 5%. Oh, so the it's even less light would be getting through. So, gee, that's practically blackout. Because let's say you had 20% tint on it. That cuts 20% of the light. And then you put, or let's see, it lets in 20% of the light. So maybe it was, let's say it was more like 70% tint. Lets in 30% of the light. And then on top of that, you put on 5%. That's going to be awfully dark. Trina K asked Moss if he recalls seeing the person who dropped the Jeep off. He does not. Moss says the lights on the Jeep were white and from Texas. He couldn't get an exact number because of his camera surveillance system, because of the angle of the vehicle. Well, I think you examine the Jeep and what percentage of light is getting through on the tint there. Job took about an hour. He does not recall seeing the person who picked it up, does not recall having any in-person contact with the owner. Well, I was going to say the owner is dead, but it wasn't in Tylee's name, but it was in Charles's name, so he's dead. So, and they finished up with that witness. Lori has no questions. Jury doesn't have any questions. Let's ask what is the window tint on a Jeep? And see why window tint would be illegal in some states. It says windshields are generally around 70 to 80%, may have a slight green or gray hue due to the manufacture process. Let's see, a Wrangler would have a 20% tint for rears. Cherokee would be around 24-25%. Patriot would have around 20%. Let's see. It says it can be more specific. Okay. What model was model and year was Tylee Ryan's Jeep? Jeep Wrangler. Okay. So let's see. Okay, Jeep Wrangler, the standard factory window tint is as follows. Rear window, rear doors, rear quarter windows, rear windshield, equipped with factory privacy glass, dyed glass, not film, with a visible light transmission VLT of approximately 20%, although some owners report measurements between 13 and 25 depending on the trim. This provides a dark appearance for privacy but minimal UV or heat protection. Front window around 70 to 80% is required by federal regulations. Okay, what percentage? Oops. Rear windows after okay. Calculate percentage of light getting through the rear window of a 2018 Jeep Wrangler after ascent. We need to consider the factory tint and the aftermarket tint together. When you stack tints or tint over factory glass, the VLT is approximately the product of the individual VLT percentages. So factory is 20%.
All right. Do you want to get your next witness ready?
Okay, would result in approximately 1% of light being able to get through the rear windows. So there we go. Lori's soul. Says hello.
All right. Issue. Please don't speculate on that, and it's no one's fault as to getting started this morning. If you'll recall, on Friday afternoon, we started testimony from the case agent who's seated at the prosecutor's table, and we're going to take another witness out of order now, so we'll resume him at a later time, but at this time, take a witness out of order. Go ahead and call your next witness.
Thank you. State will call Daniel Moss.
All right, so you're going to come stand right here in front of my clerk, and she's going to swear you in.
Hello. Can you please state and spell your first and last name? Right hand, please. Use on the right testimony.
All right, right up here.
Thank you. Would you please introduce yourself to the jury?
Dan Moss. I own a window tinting shop in Idaho, Rexburg, Idaho.
How long have you owned a window tinting shop there in Rexburg, Idaho?
Since 2008.
And others working for you?
We have.
Okay. Do you have any?
Yes.
And how do you get business? Do people come in? Can they call you to get interested in getting their car tinted?
They can stop by and get a quote. They through the website. There's a thing call, text. Pretty much.
Okay. If someone calls, who answers? Is there like an office phone or?
There's a shop phone, so it could be me or one of the other employees.
Okay. And if someone calls in and requests a window tint job, how do you set to tell them when an appointment might be available?
If somebody calls in, we just pull out a calendar right then and just give them some dates and times that they can come by. They can, if that doesn't work for them, usually they can drop off the car before hours or after hours.
Okay. And then like a text saying, we have this time, would that work for you?
Every day.
Okay. I want to talk a little bit about window tint in general. Levels or percentages of tinting that are put on?
Yeah, there's it's called the VLT percentage, visual light transmittance. So what your eye can see, not infrared or ultraviolet, but the visual light that comes through the glass is represented by a number, and the window film manufacturers assign that number to how dark the film is. 5% window film only lets in 5%. 70% lets in 70% of the light, essentially looks clear, where 5% is black, really dark.
So if someone puts 5 VLT onto a vehicle, are you able to see into that? What about 20%? What is that?
You can see like a silhouette of somebody that's in there.
And can people do different percentages, like front or rear windows?
Yep.
Okay. Now, I want to talk to you about some business that you did with back on September 25th of 2019. I've shown the defendant Exhibit 183. If I can have my paralegal approach with that. If you take a look at that, does that contain an affidavit that you signed authenticating some different screenshots from the business phone, as well as screenshots from your camera system in your business?
Yes.
And do those relate to a phone call that was received on September 3rd at 1:54 p.m. from a 4035191 phone number?
Yes.
And then sort of the business of relating to that initial call.
Yes.
The state will move to admit 183. What I said.
Here's a packet.
Relevant, Your Honor.
All right. And then you said 81?
183.
I'm sorry, I wasn't even close. 183.
All right, if I can have you almost. Thank you. All right. I'll start with sort of what is described in this as were you contacted at some point by one person and asked about an individual with that 403 your business to have window tint put on a Jeep?
Yes.
And did you, in fact, end up scheduling an appointment and in fact putting a Jeep?
Yes.
Law enforcement, starting with this first page of one of these attachments, a screenshot of your phone showing wall from the 480.
Yeah.
And so this was September 23rd of 2019.
Yes.
Is that the 1:54 p.m.? Now, it's a couple of days later, did you or your business reach back to that 480 available?
Yes.
A little on this. I guess the message that was sent that was kept as part of your business records regarding setting time for this individual to bring in their Jeep.
Yes.
So on September 25th, they were advised they could drop the Jeep off at 9 to have work done.
Yes.
Okay. Was this a message that you sent out?
Yes.
And so when you're sending this in the morning at 7:27 a.m. and that they can drop off the car and it will be worked on. I'm going to put up. Can you describe for us what we see here?
Looks like I'm cleaning some windows, just about ready to put some film on that door
Okay.
glass.
So this is you actually, you did the work on this Jeep Wrangler.
Yeah.
I want to talk to you about, this is the vehicle that was associated with 480-351 9120 number.
Yeah.
Now this is a two-door Jeep Wrangler.
Yes.
When you are looking at a vehicle like a Jeep Wrangler, do they come with factory tint on them?
Yes.
So when it has factory tint on it, what do you do when they're brought in to put tint on them?
All the time people come in and ask to darken the factory tinted glass, because the factory tinted glass is usually like a 20% VLT. And you just layer on top of it.
Okay. So you don't have to try to take off that other tint. You're just putting another layer on top of it.
Yep.
So in this case, you said you were cleaning, we can see a spray bottle, you clean the glass before you put the next layer on.
Yep.
When you are talking about different percentages case, do you recall being asked to put a 5% tint on the rear windows?
Yes.
So if there's already tint on the car and then you add the 5%, does that make it even darker than what we would expect on a normal 5%?
You slide a VLT meter on there like all officers have usually in their car. It like 2% or 0% VLT.
And so would that mean you can't see anything in the back?
Yeah, dark.
So if someone was laying or walk by and look in there, you wouldn't be able to see it.
Objection.
Overruled.
Having worked on these cars and seen what this looks like, are you familiar with whether or not you can see someone inside the vehicle with that dark of tint?
Yes, definitely.
So from your personal experience, you are telling us that with the 5% and then the additional factory tint, you would not be able to see into the back of that Jeep.
Broad daylight, you can't see in.
Now, the 20% that's in these front windows on top of the factory, would you still have some ability to see in?
Yes.
Okay. When you were talking to us earlier, you said that people are able to drop off their vehicles to be worked on.
Yes.
Do you recall in this case whether or not you saw the person who dropped this off?
I do not.
Okay. Now, we see that you have some cameras inside your shop for you to work on. Did you attempt to screenshot images to show the rear license plate of this vehicle?
Yes.
And I'm going to put some of these up, also part of packet 183. Do you recall the colors of the license plate on that Jeep?
They were white.
Okay. Did it have black lettering?
Yes.
Okay. So is that an Idaho plate?
No.
Okay. Did you know what state plate that was?
Texas. I guess.
Texas?
Could I get you to speak up just a little bit? Thanks.
So it was a white plate with black lettering that you recognized to be from Texas,
Yes.
but you were unable to get the exact lettering of that plate from your surveillance system.
Correct. At a distance and angle, it was blurry.
Okay. one other question in this. Did you know there was on a friend field?
Yeah.
So that was there when you are completed with a job, do you send sort of receipt of some type?
Yes.
And do we see that here as a part again of Exhibit 183?
Yes.
And did that describe the work you did?
Yes.
So we see again, this was sent to the 480-351-9120.
Yes.
So we know it was a Jeep Wrangler, what we saw in the photograph
Yes.
with the Texas license plate.
Yes.
And so it was 200, how much you charged?
Yes.
And then it says 5% rear and 20% front. What does that mean then?
That we put 5% window film on the back 3 windows and 20% on the front doors.
Okay. And then with our start and end time, does that mean that you completed this work in about an hour on September 25th of 2019?
Approximately.
Do you recall seeing the individual who had this Jeep ever pick it up?
I don't.
So did you have any contact with the owner that you recall at this point?
Not that I can recall.
So other than knowing that you were dealing with this Jeep that was documented, the 2-door Wrangler associated to that 480-351-9120 number, you can't tell us anything else about the owner?
Correct.
State has no other questions, Your Honor.
Cross-examination.
No questions, Your Honor.
All right, are there any questions for this witness from the jury? I don't see any. All right, sir, you can step down. State can call its next witness.
Thank you.
All right, sir, come on up. You're going to stand right here in front of my clerk and be sworn in.
Hello. Can you please state and spell your first and last name?
I'm Thomas Miller, Thomas, MILLER.
Thank you. Raise your right hand. You do solemnly swear the testimony about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So help you God? I do. Okay, round the number of the ring.
Would you please introduce yourself to the jury?
Special Agent Thomas Miller with the Drug Enforcement Administration.
How long have you worked for Drug Enforcement Administration?
Approximately 27 years.
What do you do there?
I currently am the unit chief of the National License Plate Reader Program for the DEA.
Can you tell us what the National License Plate Reader Program is?
It's a law enforcement tool that was developed and utilized by the DEA to enforce its Title 21 statutory authority to facilitate drug trafficking investigations, and any other drug-related crimes in the drug trade.
So in there, we hear the term license plate reader. What is that? What is a license plate reader? How does that work?
It is a camera that we normally have positioned on any known drug route utilized by drug traffickers. A lot of the LPRs have a software, it's called optical character recognition, or better known as OCR. What this OCR software allows the LPR camera to trigger on the alphanumeric characters on a license plate, and it will create an image or images, and simultaneously it will also create a XML or a textual file. And at that time, the images and the text file are then paired up and is then saved in the DEA server.
Okay. You used the term LPR. Is that shorthand for something?
Yes, a license plate reader.
Okay. So it's easier for us to say LPR.
Yes.
Is there a system called Diesel that relates to the National License Plate Reader Program?
Yes, Diesel is our tactical query and alert system, and it stands for the DEA Special Intelligence Link, and that's how we access the information that is saved from the LPR cameras.
Okay. So can law enforcement agencies outside of the DEA access this Diesel system to determine if any of the cameras have caught a specific license plate?
Yes. The El Paso Intelligence Center, where the Diesel platform is located, they will vet state, local, tribal, and other federal law enforcement personnel to have or gain access to our Diesel platform.
Okay. So certain law enforcement agencies can get access Diesel to see if a license plate has been read on any of the cameras.
Yes, as long as it's they're ingested into our Diesel platform.
And by ingested, what do you mean?
After the LPR camera that does feed into the Diesel platform, it will go into the Diesel platform where they can access that.
Do all of these license plate readers capture like just a photo of the license plate, or is it the vehicle? What are we getting in this system?
Depending on the vendor camera and the OCR, or the optical character recognition software, it will sometimes give you a visual of just the plate, and then other times it will be the back plate, possibly depending on the position of another camera, the front plate, and sometimes an overall picture of the entire vehicle.
Okay. So if someone is driving on an interstate where one of these license plate readers are located, depending on the camera, it may capture a photo of the vehicle and of their license plate?
Correct.
Okay. Do all of these license plate reader cameras just look at the back of vehicles?
No, a DEA will sometimes also place cameras that read the front license plates. Usually we do this more for tractor trailers or semi-trucks who have a front plate that is different than the plate on the trailer.
I want to talk to you about the license plate reader, Holbrook, Arizona. For that reader on the I-40, does that camera capture the front or the back, or what does that camera capture there?
It captures the back plate, and there's two cameras, one each covering the 2 lanes on that road going westbound.
I've shown the defendant Exhibit 121. My paralegal can approach. So if you can take a look at Exhibit 121, let me know if you recognize the affidavit as well as the documents associated with it.
Yes, I do.
And does that contain an affidavit authenticating those records as well as a diesel citing of a license plate from your National License Plate Reader program?
Yes, it does.
And that's kept in the normal course of business?
Yes.
State will move to admit pursuant to 803 and 902.
Objection?
Just relevant, Your Honor.
What was the number again?
121.
121's admitted. 121's admitted,
Oh,
sorry.
thank you. If I can have that to publish, please. All right. Let's start with the first page of this. So is this a document that's part of the National Diesel System?
Yes, it is.
So in this case, when we're looking at the top here, first we see plate. Is that the plate that's associated with this vehicle that we see here?
Yes, it is.
So that's LWD 0997.
Yes, and I believe that was a Texas license plate.
Then the location here, DEA FCU AZ Holbrook. Can you tell us what that means?
Depending on who the unit chief was at the time, they will name a camera, specifically if it's owned by DEA, a certain name, and a lot of times it will include at least a city or town that's fairly close to that location.
And is this license plate reader on the I-40?
Yes, it is.
And is this one located a little to the, I guess, west or east of Holbrook on the I-40?
Yes.
Okay. And then we see a time and a date. So is that October 1st of 2019?
Yes, it is.
And it's 6:52 Mountain Standard Time?
Yes.
At that time on October 1st of 2019, if we convert that to Arizona time, is it 5:52?
Yes, it would be that time of the year.
Okay. Over here we see highway name, you said I-40 westbound, and then direction giving us the westbound as well.
Yes.
In this photograph, we see the back of a vehicle with no tire on the back of it. Is that correct?
Correct.
And then was there a second page of this that gave a closer up of the license plate on this?
Yes, it does.
And is that what was documented in the citing details of a Texas plate LWD 0997?
Yes.
State has no other questions for this witness, Your Honor.
All right, cross.
Mr. Thomas, is that the only picture that you have in Arizona on October 1st of the Jeep Wrangler?
I'm sorry?
Is it the only picture, license plate reader picture that you have in Arizona on October 1st?
Yes, that's the only picture in our diesel platform.
Okay. And how many license plate readers do you have in Gilbert, Arizona?
I am not sure on how many we exactly have.
Do you have any?
Yes, we do.
On Gilbert Road, isn't there?
Sure. We have over 11,000 cameras that feed into the diesel platform.
Okay. What about in Mesa, Arizona? Are you aware of any in Mesa, Arizona?
I am unaware how many cameras that we have in Mesa, Arizona. We do have quite a few cameras, LPR cameras in Arizona.
And so of all those cameras that you have along this way, when this incident happened in Gilbert, Arizona, you don't have any other pictures of this Jeep?
No, but there's several reasons why there may or may not be. A lot of times we do have software and hardware issues with our LPR cameras, so they will be down at times, depending on speed, how old the camera is, sometimes speed and the amount of traffic will also have a bearing on whether or not an image is captured. And then there's ways to defeat LPR cameras as well.
There are ways to defeat them?
I'm sorry?
There are ways to defeat them?
Yes.
Interesting.
No, Your Honor, I'm going to object to that and move to strike defendant's comments.
The jury should disregard the noise that the defendant made after that answer. All right, go ahead and ask your
Sorry,
next
Your Honor.
question.
So, Mr. Miller, of all your cameras, you have no other pictures on October 1st, 2019 of that Jeep Wrangler, is that correct?
I'm going to object to asked and answered twice already.
It is asked and answered, but he can go ahead and answer one more time.
That was that transaction of the diesel sighting was the only one in diesel.
Okay, so on October 2nd, you have no other pictures of this Jeep Wrangler as well, is that correct?
I'm not for sure if that ever was ran. I'm not for sure. What does happen is DEA does have a retention policy where as information or data that goes into the diesel platform is then expunged or deleted or purged from the diesel platform after 90 days.
And you don't have any from October 3rd as well, is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, so you don't have any from October 1st, October 2nd, or October 3rd, is that correct?
Not to my knowledge.
And do you know how far from Gilbert, Arizona, Holbrook, Arizona is?
I'm not for sure the exact distance.
Would you be surprised if it was 173 miles?
I'm going to object to speculation. Witness has already indicated he doesn't know.
He can answer if he knows.
I don't know that.
So that would be about 3 hours from
I'm
Gilbert,
gonna
Arizona?
Object
It's
to.
just, the objection's sustained. He didn't know how far it was.
No more questions, Your Honor.
All right, redirect.
Just briefly. Sir, you told us that the DEA set up this system for drug trafficking. Is that correct?
Correct.
Does that then have an impact on where cameras are located?
Yes, we specifically try to target drug corridors and drug routes that are utilized by drug trafficking organizations.
So if you thought there might be some drug corridor going through Gilbert, then you might stick a DEA license plate reader there?
Correct, or at least have a law enforcement partner that we will ingest their LPR camera data into diesel.
So would it be Let me ask this. Are all license plate readers that you see across the country associated to diesel?
No.
So just because there may be a license plate reader on Gilbert Road, does that mean that it's part of the diesel system?
No. In fact, there's so many different license plate reader programs out there that our program, comparatively to the totality of everything, is very small.
So DEA just ingests or has its own small percentage of cameras.
Yes.
They don't cover every single camera.
No, not at all.
You were asked about if a vehicle is driving in a drug trafficking corridor that the DEA is interested in, that there would be ways to defeat or not, I guess, be captured on these license plate readers. What did you?
There's definitely ways. They will remove their license plate. They will partially cover a plate. They will change a number temporarily. But a lot of times we will see things that will cover a plate, or at least part of the plate, to make sure that an LPR does not take an image.
And then you said the amount of traffic. So if traffic is busy, is LPR less successful in obtaining all of those vehicles and all of their license plates?
Yes, and depending on the age of the camera, there is a failure rate of the images that are taken by an LPR camera. So if there is a vehicle that is fairly close or tailgating another vehicle, it may not take a picture of the front vehicle.
Ultimately, in this case, what you're able to tell us is that on October 1st of 2019, at about 5:52 a.m., a Jeep Wrangler with a Texas license plate LWD0997 was going westbound on I-40 in Arizona?
Yes, correct.
Thank you. I have no other questions.
Are there any questions for this witness from the jury? I don't see any. Sir, you can step down.
Thank you.
And Judge, can we sidebar briefly?
Yeah, let's sidebar.
I was just eating some cheese and crackers and have to get them out of my mouth. Looking to see if we can find out who the next witness is. Oh, it looks like they're going to be breaking for lunch. That was 30 minutes ago, so
All right, members of the jury, again, please don't put them close to the mics. That's what I think makes the feedback. I apologize for the late start we got this morning. We're going to break just a couple minutes early for the lunch recess, but we're going to start at 1:15 p.m. 1:15 p.m. Please remember the admonition.
Okay, so a 50-minute lunch. Let's see if he has anything to say before they go to the Arizona Steel.
All right, we'll be at recess till 1:15.
Okay, so nothing there. All right. Yeah, Lori was trying to imply. Well, so he was within 3 hours of Gilbert, Arizona. Big deal. Yeah. It is a big deal. You got a vehicle which matches the description of Tylee's Jeep there on the street with a muzzle sticking out of the back, and it doesn't have the spare tire on the back, and the one on the Jeep on the road 3 hours away doesn't have the rear tire, and it has the same license plate. Oh, and the one that was there at the crime scene also had a Texas plate. So, um, yeah, just purely a coincidence. Just listen to Lori. It's all a big coincidence. Let's see. Sorry about that. Just looking to see what might be out there. Not true crime, but certainly a matter of justice. Judge tosses out Justin Baldoni's $400 million lawsuit against Blake Tylee Ryan Reynolds in shocking legal twist. Thought that was dead in the water last week anyway. Now, today is the anniversary of the remains of Tylee and JJ being found at the Daybell property. So, surprising because it seemed to me like it was earlier in the spring, but I remember that after Chad's arrest, he prophesied that there'd be a big massive earthquake and that the jails would crumble and that he and Lori would walk free. I think it's also supposed to be the second coming that day. And funny thing, every time some prophet predicts the end of the world, the second coming, whatever you want to call it, never seems to happen. And they always seem to come up with some answer. Why not? My sister was involved in the TLC, the True and Living, is a covenant or something, which is a polygamous group down in Manta, Utah. And Jim Harmston, this was right after she left the group, and he prophesied that Jesus was going to be coming on April 6th, and everybody needed to prepare a big, huge feast, and they needed to call in sick that day so that they could have could meet Jesus and so forth. And the day came and the day went and nothing happened. And so they went, oh, well, it must be the next day. So again, they called in sick. I guess they heated up the leftovers, and still no sign of Jesus. And then Jim Harmston went and thought about it some more. And he went, well, Jesus did come. It's in the future. At some point in the future, we go back in time to when Jesus came, and there's some ritual that they have to do to be able to travel back in time to that moment when Jesus showed up. It's a mistake. We're getting by on audit, and so tremendously amusing. Yeah. Let's see, 1:15. 1:15 their time. That means a delay. Let me see. We could look for the opening statements for Lori from Thursday. Okay, this will be perfect for the lunchtime here. So let's start with that.
This time, this.
Thank you. A Jeep Wrangler. The Texas license plate. No rear tire. It was parked right up next to Brandon Boudreaux's driveway. At 9 a.m. on October 2nd of 2019, Brandon Boudreaux returned home already for over an hour. When Brandon turned onto his street, he immediately noticed this Jeep because it was parked close to the driveway. The back of the Jeep was towards him, and he immediately also noticed that there was no rear tire. He saw a Texas plate on the Jeep. He saw that back window of the Jeep, a rifle barrel come out and point out. And then bang! Right next to him. Brandon hit the accelerator and he took off. He turned the corner, drove a block or so away and stopped. Calling 911. Talked to the operator and told them where this Jeep was going. Speaking with the 911 had no idea that bullet had struck his car just a few inches from his head. You'll learn that in the back of that Jeep, this defendant's brother, Alex, he had been lying in wait with Brandon to return home. Lori Vallow Daybell, the woman seated over here, to her brother, so he could drive it to Arizona, back of that Jeep, with very dark tint that no one could see through, and wait for Brandon to return home. The goal of the conspirators to shoot and Brandon Boudreaux. So let's start second, and the weeks leading up to that. Actions that this defendant did in furtherance of that conspirated murder. No. Let me start with a little background for you. 2019, Brandon married to his then wife, Melanie. You're going to learn that Melanie is this defendant's niece. You're going to learn that they both had on June 20th, Brandon and Melanie got into an argument. Learned that this defendant told his wife he was gay, that he had hacked into her computer to work with her then husband to take her temple recommend away. Brandon, this defendant are members of the Saints, and having your temple recommend taken away is a very significant. You're going to learn and see that Brandon actually texted Lori Vallow on the Zoom to confront her about these lies. Never responded. Just a short while later, Brandon and Melanie were being a mediator and proceeding through a divorce. You're going to also hear that during this time, Lori Vallow and Alex Cox lived here in Arizona. In fact, Lori lived in Chandler. Hear about an incident that occurred on July 11th, 2019 in Chandler involving Lori Vallow and Alex Cox in its residence, and he took photographs of some vehicles. One of those vehicles was a 2018 Jeep Wrangler with Texas license plates LWD 0997. Very important. They also noted that Alex had a Ford F-50. Both of those vehicles were in July. You're going to learn that in August through September, Lori Vallow and her moved up to Rexburg, Idaho, to be the 565 Pioneer Road in Rexburg, Idaho. Lori took the Jeep Wrangler and a Nissan Rogue, and Alex brought his Ford F-150. So everyone had their own vehicles. Remember that as the divorce is proceeding, they and met down and got a rental property. When their house finally sold, had to 13th of 2019, he arrived East Phelps Street in Gilbert. Brandon will tell you that his plan initially was to stay in his house at the time of the claim and move into the rental property. You will see a text message that Melanie asked Brandon for his new children and so he sent her the address. That was on September 17th. You'll learn that Melanie Boudreaux, person who knew Brandon's address, knew 3875 East Phelps, and who also knew an Alex Cox. Brandon moved into that house before the
Your life is fueled by American energy and by the American energy demand.
So in this October 2nd shooting, we'll talk about all of done in furtherance of this conspiracy, starting with Lori G. That Alex Cox searched that window tinting on the Jeep. And I say that because you're going to see photos from the Jeep in July, and you'll see there's but you can still see into it. So, on September 25th, Jan's window tinting in Rexburg, I need the darkest. You'll see photos of what that Jeep looked like afterwards. This of defendant Lori Vallow in the conspiracy, her brother, this Jeep, and allowing him to put on these dark tint to get ready so he can lie in wait to see him in the back with that rifle. It is for this day used to the conspiracy and to the premeditation. Also on September 25th, you're going to learn that Lori Vallow and her accomplice, Alex Cox, went to the Walmart superstore in Idaho Falls. You're going to learn that's not far from Rexburg, just a burner phone. Now, a burner phone is a phone that you don't have to put your subscriber info. And so, that Alex Cox was there and was there, well, you're going to learn that each have their own cell phone, like most of us do. And that Alex Cox's cell phone was utilizing Wi-Fi inside that Walmart at the time that burner phone was purchased with cash. And you'll learn that this defendant's cell phone, it was utilizing cell towers in the area of that Walmart at the time that the burner phone was purchased. Gmail accounts. And you're going to learn that Alex accessed his Gmail account. In this investigation, you'll learn the police executed many search warrants, and one of them was on Alex Cox's Gmail account, homerjmaximus@gmail.com. You're going to learn that Alex searched window tinting in Rexburg. Search for places to practice shooting ranges. You're going to learn that he searched different things, angles or trajectory. You're going to learn that the day before, on October 1st and the morning of October 2nd, he 3875 East Phelps Street, where Brandon Boudreaux lived. You're going to learn that after through a back road, he knew he had killed. Brandon's calling 911, and so he searched Holbrook, Moab, Utah, Fillmore, Utah, and eventually Idaho Falls as he made his way back through back roads. Police also executed search warrants on this defendant's account. lollytimeforever@gmail.com. On September 30th, the day when her Jeep and started driving, she searched the back seat out of my Jeep. And she also searched a YouTube video, Jeep Wrangler JK rear seat removal to DIY YouTube video. This defendant continued and to aid her accomplice, Alex Cox, by searching how to remove that back seat of the Jeep, better lie in wait to shoot Brandon. defendant's second mistake, and more evidence of her being a co-conspirator and the premeditation. This defendant also, on September 30th, began aiding his alibi. You'll hear who is an FBI agent who deals with cellular analysis that around 4:30 p.m. on September 30th, Alex Cox's cell phone, the one that he subscribed to, moved from his apartment, same complex where Lori Vallow lived, to Lori Vallow's. And from then on, for the next couple of days, Alex Cox's phone remained with. Meanwhile, that burner phone from that Idaho Falls Walmart started moving towards Arizona. You will October 2nd of 2019 at about 8 in the morning Arizona time, an hour shooting. This defendant created the alibi. She had to call her phone to make it look like he was still in Rexburg, Idaho, in Gilbert, Arizona. That fake call lasted about 24 minutes. Both of those cell phones were using the same cell phone, Rexburg, Idaho. More evidence that she was a co-conspirator and of that premeditation to aid her brother in this shooting. So how do we know, though, that Lori Vallow drove from Idaho to Arizona? Well, we're going to what we call LPRs, or license plate readers. You will learn and see a photo of Lori Vallow's Jeep in Arizona on October 1st of 2019, up near Holbrook on the I-40. You'll hear that the DEA has a license plate reader there, and they took a photo of Vallow's Jeep with that license plate LWD 0997 on its way to Gilbert. You're also going to learn that the police later recovered that Jeep back up in Rexburg, and they did a couple different search warrants on it. And what they recovered inside the Jeep, among other things, was a receipt from October 1st of 2019 from Mesa, Arizona, the day before the shooting, from a restaurant called Los Favoritos out on Power Road. You're going to learn that at the time, the burner phone, Arizona, you'll learn that Alex Cox was using his Gmail an address on Power Road around the time when we then see the receipt. Lori Vallow's Jeep and Alex's rifle are in Arizona waiting to commit this. Meanwhile, up in Rexburg, on October 1st, this defendant
80 when that was really the first.
does a little more additional help. To a storage unit in Rexburg, Idaho, and rents unit C52. And second, when the shooting is in Arizona, or after the shooting actually, she brings her soon-to-be husband, Chad Daybell, with her. Video of this. As she, Chad Daybell, put and the rear bench seat of that Jeep into. Using the storage tire and that bench seat so that her co-conspirator and the Jeep. This is, again, of that conspiracy and of the premeditation. October 2nd, the morning of the shooting. Googling that address, 38 East Phelps Road. His burner phone from Idaho Falls, Idaho, is in Gilbert, Arizona. and he is using cell town Melanie Boudreaux's residence. Now, this is important because Melanie knew that Brandon had their kids. They had 4. She knew that Brandon that morning was going to have to drop off 3 of the kids at school and that they would exchange their youngest. They would meet at a park. Brandon would text Melanie, let her know he was there. She would respond, and they would exchange their youngest child. While Brandon was leaving his house to take his kids to school, that Idaho burner phone moves to his residence and begins waiting for him. Alex kept the Jeep running as he waited for Brandon to return. What Melanie didn't know was that Brandon was going to the gym, and so Alex had to wait longer. You'll hear that one of Brandon's neighbors noticed this Jeep. It's a neighborhood that doesn't have any real easy ingress or egress. You'll see a map of it. So there's very little through traffic. And so the neighborhood knows and recognizes most of the same cars. And you'll hear from a neighbor that as he was backing out, he saw this Jeep parked the wrong way on the road, nose to nose with another vehicle that he did recognize. He saw the dark tinting. He saw it was running. And he thought it just stood out as unusual in his neighborhood. It made him actually look into his rearview mirror to note it had a Texas license plate. This was about 30 plus minutes before Brandon arrived home. When Brandon got to the house that day, Alex was ready with the rifle. And we know that he was able to just lift up that back window because the tire wasn't on it. Alex fired 1 shot. Luckily, he did not hit Brandon. You will see that Brandon was driving a Tesla at the time. And unlike many cars, there's no frame around the window. The window just goes into the door, into the car itself. The shot hit the frame of the vehicle, but right where the window goes up into it. And you'll see that there is damage to the window as well as the bullet hole into the frame of the vehicle itself, right above Brandon's head when he was sitting in that driver's seat. You'll hear that when Brandon took off, the window remained in the door, that he drove away and then eventually circled back around and went into his driveway. You'll hear that for a Tesla, when you put the car in park, the door automatically opens and the whole window just shattered out. Brandon was on the phone with 911 soon after the shooting. You'll hear that call, him actually sounding out of breath from the fear. And he waited for the police to arrive. Alex Cox, of course, is Googling how to get out of there and get back to Rexburg, Idaho. And by October 3rd, he was back there. That same day on October 3rd, you will see that Alex Cox and Lori Vallow went back to the storage unit. They removed that rear tire. They removed the rear seat of the Jeep and took it with them. You will again see video of that. You'll also see that they Googled that day, news in Gilbert, shootings of Brandon, to try to find out what the police knew. How did the police figure out that this defendant and Alex Cox were involved? Well, when the police were interviewing Brandon, they asked him if he had any enemies. Who would want to do this? And Brandon told the police the only people he could think of was Lori Vallow and Alex Cox. He told them that Lori had lived in Texas and that the Jeep had a Texas license plate. And he told them about that incident on July 11th of 2019 in Chandler involving Lori Vallow and Alex Cox, and he believed this was all tied together. You'll hear that the Gilbert police reached out to the Chandler Police Department and learned about that Jeep with the Texas plates, LWD 0997, the same plate that was seen on that license plate reader on October 1st coming into Arizona. The Gilbert police learned that Lori Vallow and Alex Cox were living in Rexburg, Idaho, and they reached out to law enforcement there. You'll hear that on November 1st, police in Idaho went to 565 Pioneer Road, that apartment complex, and they saw Lori Vallow, they saw Alex Cox, and they didn't see the Jeep that day. And so they went back a few days later on November 4th and saw the Jeep located near Lori Vallow's residence. Tires back on it, rear seat is back in it. You'll hear that they impounded it. And on November 18th, the Gilbert police flew to Idaho to process it. You're going to learn about GSR, or gunshot residue.
Hi, I'm Brett.
And I'm Jonathan.
This is Darla.
You're going to learn that they process the vehicle. Basically, they're little sticky kits. GSR is microscopic. You can't see it. So you try to collect it, and then you give it to an expert to look through it. You will hear that those kits were sent to the Phoenix Police Department and reviewed, and that particles indicative of gunshot residue were located on the kits that were tested from the rear of that Jeep Wrangler, and that this is consistent with a gun being fired from the rear of the Jeep. You also hear that the Gilbert Police Department collected DNA from areas like the steering wheel, the gear shift, seatbelt buckles, and that they got a blood blot from Alexander Cox. DNA profiles were created from the steering wheel and other areas around the driver's seat. And the DNA was found to be a mixture, multiple people, but the major contributor was Alexander Cox. Again, you will hear that the police executed multiple search warrants on cell phones, cell tower usage, data from Gmail accounts, and data from iCloud accounts. You will see a map of Lori Vallow's cell phone, Alex Cox's cell phone, as well as that burner phone from that Walmart in Idaho Falls, the one that was associated to Alex Cox's Gmail account. You will hear from Nick Valance from the FBI, and he'll show you how that burner phone went from Rexburg, Idaho, down to Gilbert, Arizona, was there for the shooting, and returned back to Rexburg, and was never used again after that. You will learn that the only phone number that burner phone called or received calls from was Chad Daybell, this defendant's soon-to-be husband. The same phone, of course, that was using those cell towers right around Brandon's home at the time of the shooting. This defendant, Lori Vallow Daybell, has been charged with conspiracy to commit the first-degree murder of Brandon Boudreaux on October 2nd of 2019. The evidence in this case will prove to you beyond a reasonable doubt that this defendant conspired with Alex Cox and others to kill Brandon. She provided the means, the Jeep, she helped get the Jeep ready, and she tried to provide an alibi for her co-conspirator. At the end of this trial, the state will ask you all to hold this defendant accountable and find her guilty of conspiracy to commit first-degree murder. Thank you.
Okay, let's take a look at Lori's opening statements now. Let's see.
Would the defense like to give an opening statement at this time?
I'm going to tick off the number of objections.
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, here we are at trial. And the judicial system can be difficult to understand at times. There are laws and rules and statutes that govern how things will proceed in this trial. You yesterday got to hear the preliminary jury instructions, so you kind of got an order of how things are going to go. In order for someone to be charged with a crime, as I have been,
Your Honor, I'm going to object to argument versus an opening statement.
I'll remind the defendant, an opening statement should be a preview of what is to be expected at trial. So go ahead.
that law enforcement presents evidence that they gather, and the state prosecutors are going to present that to you.
It's not the state prosecutors, it's the county prosecutors.
Sometimes the state charges the defendant with a crime. They have charged me with a crime, a very serious crime. Sometimes they take the allegations to a grand jury to decide if the defendant
I'm going
should
to
be
object
charged.
again, Your Honor. Improper
That's,
argument. Asked to strike.
Hold on. The jury should disregard that last comment. How the charges arrived here are not for the jury's consideration. The prior proceedings are not for the jury's consideration. Please proceed.
The state or the prosecution will then take the information gathered, the evidence from law enforcement, and present to you a story, a theory, their hypothesis of what happened. In this case, the prosecutor was not present during this alleged crime. The Gilbert Police Department was not present during this alleged crime. So it is their job to fill in the gaps, make up a theory, and present it to you, the jury, at trial. This is their job. They are not witness to the actual events because they weren't there that day with Brandon at the house when this alleged shooting occurred. This case is about conspiracy. And a conspiracy is when two or more people make an agreement to commit a crime. They have to willingly and knowingly participate. Conspiracy is an ancient word that appears in the Bible on many occasions. Judas conspired against Jesus with the chief priests for 30 pieces of silver.
Object to, unless this is being presented at trial, I'm not sure that this is appropriate opening.
It's also, is she likening herself and Alex to Judas, or is she likening the state, or Brandon to, must be she's likening Brandon to Judas, so that must make Lori Jesus. Okay.
What is the legal objection?
You're arguing. The opening statement is not argument. I'm going to allow it briefly, but I may cut you off depending on where you're going with that.
Cain conspired against Abel, his brother. This case is a case of conspiracy. The charge against me is that I conspired with my brother, Alex Cox, to murder my niece's husband, Brandon Boudreaux. But you will find, as you begin to see the evidence put forth in this case, that there was not any animosity between Brandon and myself. I personally did not have any motivation to have harm come to Brandon. In fact, Brandon and I had a very friendly relationship all of the time that I have known him. I first met Brandon when he was marrying my niece, Melanie.
And Your Honor, I'm going to object to, unless the defendant's testifying.
Hold on. Can I have the parties approach briefly? Can I have you approach briefly?
It seems very strange to have a quadruple murderer approaching the judge like that.
If you're getting ready on Medicare, here are 5 mistakes that you want to avoid. And trust me, you do not want to miss.
That just seems so risky. She's so close to him.
Go ahead.
I first met Brandon when he was marrying my niece, Melanie. Melanie and I are very close because my sister, her mother, passed away when she was just 9 years old. So Melanie and I think of each other and love each other like a mother and daughter, even though we are aunt and niece. So our families remained close, Melanie and Brandon's family and my family. And in each other's lives, like everyday lives. We spent
I'm not sure that the mother-daughter relationship is such a thing for her to be extolling as wholesome, being that she killed 2 of her 3 children.
holidays together and shared in everyday life. I was there for Melanie and Brandon's wedding and for the birth of all 4 of their children. I was also very close to all 4 of their children. In this case, you will hear Brandon himself tell you that someone shot a gun at his car. You will learn in this testimony that Brandon was not hurt. You will learn that he wasn't even sure what had happened. But you will hear that Brandon immediately blamed me, which begs the question, was I an enemy to Brandon? That is news to me, and hopefully by the end of this trial, we will all have some answers to that question. In this case, you will learn that Brandon had called 911, and Gilbert Police did respond. You will learn that Brandon speaks of a puke green Jeep, and then he offers the officers a camo green color that he's speaking of on his phone. He says a green Jeep. Then you will hear the neighbor who says that it was a dark blue Jeep that was parked in front of the neighbor's house. You will learn that Brandon very quickly hired a private investigator to find out where I was living out of the state of Arizona so he could inform the police. You will see Brandon exchange email information with Detective Pillar, the case agent in this case, about my whereabouts and about the financial dealings of my niece, Melanie Boudreaux. You will learn that Brandon was not particularly satisfied with the investigation that Gilbert Police was conducting, so he did his own investigation, hiring his own private investigator to follow his wife, Melanie Boudreaux. You will find out that Brandon had access to the VIN number of a Jeep and gave it to the police. You will find out that after that event, he quickly changed his story from a camo green Jeep to a gray Jeep. You will then learn that Brandon continued to provide information he was personally finding out to Detective Pillar, the case agent in this case. You will learn that Detective Pillar and Brandon discussed through email how they can demonstrate Melanie's financial gain if Brandon were to have died around October 2nd, 2019. This is what a conspiracy looks like. 2 people trying to set up another person for a crime. My niece, Melanie Boudreaux, is named by the state as a co-conspirator. However, she has...
According to that rationale, any time you have more than one police officer or prosecutor and a police officer working on a case, that's suddenly a conspiracy.
not been charged with the crime.
I'm going to object
but
and
I
have that
have.
struck as well, Your Honor.
Jury should disregard that statement. You're going to, all persons that may be involved would not necessarily be charged or called as witnesses, and you'll follow those instructions later. Go ahead.
I was not living in Arizona at the time this alleged incident happened on October 2nd, 2019. I was not even aware such an event had taken place. I did have a close relationship with my brother Alex, but I was not aware of his every move. Melanie also had a close relationship with Alex, but was not aware of his location at all times. Brandon and Alex also had a relationship until this accusation. They saw each other frequently at all of our family parties and get-togethers and would. Alex was a comedian who kept our family laughing. Alex passed away in December 2019 and now is not here to defend himself.
And I'm going to object again to that as well, since he's not party to this. He's
All
not
right,
here.
I'll just agree that what is said in opening statements is not evidence, it's not sworn testimony.
Although the state has alleged that there are several co-conspirators in the case, I am the only one being charged with a crime. You will hear and see evidence presented by the state. The state has, according to the law, 100% burden to prove to you
I'm
that
going
a
to object to the
crime-
statement of the law in terms of 100%.
All right. Again, this is a little ordering on argument, but the jury will receive instructions on what is proof beyond a reasonable doubt.
the state has the burden to prove that a crime has been committed here and that I committed that crime. That is the way the law is written. I do not have to show any evidence or put up a defense. I do not have to testify. That is the law. The prosecutors from the state have to prove to you that I conspired, meaning made an agreement with my brother to murder Brandon. So you will decide. Right now, according to the law, I am innocent. I remain innocent until the state of Arizona prosecutors show you enough evidence to convince you that I had anything to do with it. And I want you to look carefully and determine if this event was a crime at all.
Sorry about this.
Did a shooting happen? Brandon claims that it did. Only Brandon names me and Alex. You will learn that Brandon himself had a gun. You will learn that Brandon knew how to shoot his gun. You will learn that Brandon and Melanie were going through a divorce. And you will learn that even though Brandon is the one who actually filed for divorce, he was blaming me for his divorce. You will learn that the information that the governor, the case agent on this case, learned about me and my brother Alex was from Brandon Boudreaux. You will learn that Brandon and Detective Pillar communicated frequently and were on a first-name basis. I want you to look closely at the motivation and the Gilbert Police Department, because I'm the only one charged with the crime, and I need you to decipher what really happened, because I'm the only one who's being asked to pay a contract.
Again, Your Honor, I'm going to ask to object and strike that there.
Sustained. The jury, in their instructions, received an instruction that said the jury is not to consider a penalty. That will be the final instructions as well. The jury's job is to determine whether or not the state has proved the case beyond a reasonable doubt or the charge.
When I was first diagnosed by my dermatologist with my nose,
Go ahead, proceed.
You will hear many references about the state versus Vallow Daybell. Well, who is the state are the prosecutors.
I object to argument and relevance.
Sustained.
And you, the jury, are brought in to stand between the state and me.
And I'm going to object again to improper statement of the law, argument, and relevance.
Sustained.
You are here to say if a crime has even been committed at all. You are here to say if I committed this very crime and if the state found a reasonable doubt. If at the end of the trial you have reasonable doubt, then I remain innocent.
True. Yeah, people are not found innocent at a trial. They are found not guilty by beyond a reasonable doubt, that is not the same as being found innocent. If somebody is innocent, that would be not necessarily that the guy was innocent, but we watched a trial over a year ago where a young woman disappeared, and it was called cold case murder. She was never found. Nobody knows what happened to her. There's no evidence what happened. And her father was being tried for her murder. And after the state concluded its case, the judge dismissed the case without the defense moving for a directed verdict of not guilty. In that case, you'd have to say he was found innocent because the case was dismissed and didn't go to the jury. Now, Lori is found not guilty. That does not mean she's innocent. It just means maybe they only had 80% there on the burden of proof as opposed to, say 99%. So there's a big difference.
If the state does not prove to you that I won, committed a crime, then I innocent.
Wrong.
In this case, you hear a lot of speculation. Definition of speculation is an idea or guess about something that is not known. During this trial, the state will try to convince you that I committed this crime by using speculation, innuendo, and insinuation. And the state is hoping that this will be enough. In this trial, you will in fact witness a power struggle between the state and the defendant.
Your Honor,
for what
I'm
a fact
gonna
really
object to
is.
argument.
Sustain.
Because they want to convince you, the jury, that a fact is speculation, that a fact is innuendo, that a fact is insinuation, that they knew what I was thinking, what I was feeling, what I was planning, when they don't know it all.
I think that she got that the wrong way around. I think she's meant that that a speculation is a fact, not that fact is speculation. And I think that if anybody is trying to turn facts into speculation, I think that's Lori. So, case of projection there, Lori.
You, the jury, have all the facts are and what they're not. Not the state, not the judge, not law enforcement. So I implore you to listen carefully and decide for yourself really makes logical sense. What motivation did I have? What malice? What benefit would I gain? I am a person who loves all people and has no malice towards anyone, not even the prosecutors who wrongfully try to convict me.
Your Honor, I'm going to object again to relevance and to argument.
Sustained.
I am all about spreading love and will continue to after this trial is complete, no matter the result. Thank you.
Well, she's going to continue to spread love around.
Have you ever seen the magic glasses that can see clearly without glasses?
How many more you have under her, on her tally? About a few other things. Now, I want to comment about a few points that she made. She's saying that going on about The state isn't using speculation. Fact is using circumstantial evidence, and circumstantial evidence to, forensic evidence. And certainly in matters of eyewitness testimony, sometimes it's better because people can get details wrong. Their perception is wrong. And like she's saying, Brandon changed how he described the color of the car. Well, has anybody addressed the question of, did Brandon have color blindness? If somebody has color blindness, they're not going to describing the colors. So we had 12 objections during that 15-minute opening statement by Lori, and that included a sidebar. So she averaged basically one objection a minute. Those objections covered multiple. Let's see. They should be back in the courtroom. Let's take a look and see if they start fashion. So oops. Okay, Nate hasn't posted anything since breaking for lunch. Let's take a quick look at what else we've got. Okay. Let's see. Looking for the lab. Let's see. Have anything? Let's see if Justin Lum has any observations since lunch break started. Okay, 13 minutes ago, Justin Lum posts back in court, Trina, going over the next witnesses. Forensic scientist and retired officer Marianne Robb will be called. Trina K continues direct with Ryan Pillar. So Pillar was the police officer I think it was a police officer who was on the stand Friday when we broke for the weekend. Let's see. 4 minutes ago, says Emmy Lynn Sapinoso is on the stand. She no longer works for the Mesa PD as a forensic scientist. She's the state's 12th witness. I wonder if she's the one that in one of the last pre-trial conferences that there was question about whether she would be called or not, because apparently she got in, was having personal problems and kind of got involved in drinking a little too much, and she got unruly at a hotel, and as a result she was fired because it wasn't a good look for the police department. And Lori was wanting to go after. Let me just Google her name and see if she's the one in question, because that could make for some interesting cross from Lori that, you know, is. She was making $175,300 a year. Let's see. Yeah, I think I'm not finding it, but I'm pretty sure she's the one that got fired. Okay. Let's refresh our Lori Vallow Daybell tab on X. Okay, not seeing much there. So let's see. We've got approximately 12 minutes before let's see. We've heard a lot on Friday over 404B, 403, and 405 evidence. So let's get a rundown from Grok on that. In the context of the rules of U.S. federal rules of evidence 403, 404B, and 405 address distinct aspects of evidence admissibility, particularly concerning relevance, character evidence, and methods of proving character. Below is a clear explanation of each rule and their differences based on the federal rules of evidence and legal principles. Rule 403, excluding relevant evidence for prejudice, confusion, or other reasons. Just scroll this up. Purpose 403 allows the court to exclude relevant evidence if its probative value is substantially outweighed by its danger of unfair prejudice, confusing the issues, misleading the jury, undue delay, wasting time, or needlessly presenting cumulative evidence. Key features. It applies to all types of evidence, not just character evidence. Its balancing test, the court weighs the evidence of value against the potentialness of the trial. For example, evidence of a defendant's prior conviction may be relevant but excluded if it risks the jury convicting based on bias rather than the facts. The rule gives judges the discretion to ensure trials remain fair and focused. Example, murder trial evidence that the defendant tried to hire a hitman in an unrelated case might be excluded if its prejudicial impact, example, painting the defendant as a bad person, outweighs its relevance to the current case. Okay, 404B. Evidence of other crimes, wrongs or acts. Purpose 404B governs the admissibility of evidence of a person's prior crimes, wrongs, or other acts, specifically prohibiting its use to prove a person's character to show they acted in conformity with the character, i.e. propensity/evidence. Just one side note. So in 404 involves the person's prior crimes, wrongs, or other acts to prove character. So if a juror were to know about the rules of evidence, if they hear the objection 404B, then they're going to know that there's probably some crime involved that's being covered. Okay, key features. Prohibited use of evidence of past bad acts cannot be used to suggest that a person has a propensity to commit a crime in question. Examples, they did it before, so they probably did it again. Permissible use of such evidence may be admissible for non-propensity purposes such as proving motive, opportunity, intent, preparation, plan, knowledge, identity, absence of mistake or accident. Admissibility is subject to a Rule 403 balancing test to ensure that the evidence's probative value isn't substantially outweighed by the unfair prejudice. Court requires the proponent to show that the evidence is relevant to a non-propensity purpose and that the act was committed by the same person. Temporal proximity and similarity between the past act and the current case are considered the balancing test. Example, in a bank robbery case, evidence of a defendant's prior bank robbery using a similar method, example, mask, might be admissible to prove identity or a common plan, but not to show they have a criminal character. Rule 405, method of proving character. Purpose, Rule of 405 specifies how character evidence can be introduced when it is admissible under Rule 404 or other rules. Example, Rule 608 for witness credibility. Key features. Methods of proof. Reputation or opinion testimony. This is what we were getting into with Lori saying that she loves everybody. What malice? She's never had malice towards anybody, even the prosecutor. Okay, when character evidence is admissible, it can be proved through testimony about a person's reputation in the form of an opinion. Example, he's known to be honest, or in my opinion, she's peaceful. Specific instances of conduct. These are allowed only when the characters or trait is an essential element of the charge claimed or defense. Example, the chastity of a victim in a seduction case, or a driver's competency in a negligent entrustment case. On cross-examination, a character witness to test the knowledge of a person's character. Example, asking, are you aware of this specific act? Rule 405 does not address whether character evidence is admissible. That's Rule 404's domain, but rather the method of presenting. The expert testimony on character is not allowed as circumstantial evidence or behavior. Example, a murder trial where the defendant claims self-defense and introduces evidence of their peaceful character. They can use reputation or opinion testimony. Example, a witness testifying he's known as nonviolent. If a character is an essential element. Example, a rare case where character itself is a legal issue. Specified instance of conduct can also be used. Differences. Key differences. 403, excluding relevant evidence. Scope, apply all evidence. Key test, values, confusion, etc. Example, excluding graphic criminal crime scene photos if it's too prejudicial. 404B, evidence of prior crimes, wrong or acts. Scope, specific to prior bad acts, prohibits propensity use. Key test must be for a non-propensity purpose, subject to the Rule 403 balancing, which is probative versus prejudicial. And example, admitting prior robbery to show unique modus operandi. 405. Methods proving character governs how admissible character evidence is presented. Reputation versus opinion. Specific instances only if a character is an essential element or in cross-examination. Use of testimony shows the defendant's peaceful character. Interplay between, let's see, we only got a couple minutes. Let me take a look and see. Okay. 403 and 404. 404B evidence excludes prior bad acts, must test to ensure it doesn't unfairly prejudice the jury. For example, even if a prior act is relevant to show intent, it may be excluded if it risks misleading the jury. 404B and 405. If 404B determines whether evidence of prior bad acts is admissible, for example, motive or identity, not
All right, do you have your next witness here?
I do. She's going to be really out of order.
Okay.
Proof. She created the DNA profile for Alexander Cox.
Who are we talking about?
His
Okay.
no longer works for Mesa Police Department. She moved out. Yeah. profile of the known from their lab. Detective attended the autopsy and obtained the blood blot and impounded it himself. So
That's where the profile came from.
we will be to that later. Additionally, assuming we continue going, I also have Lisa Perry, who the swabs that were obtained from the Jeep up in Idaho. I will be DNA analyst here to detective. But Lisa basically took the cuttings and stuck them into tubes so that Vanessa could do DNA profiles on them. Is also, I hope, was order. Emilyn Sapinosa, Lisa Perry, and then I have Marianne Robb. Then I would resume with Mr.
Okay, so from Emilyn Sapinoso, you would be talking about the profile she created.
From the blood blot Alexander Cox.
Right, but that's not a piece of evidence that's physically getting admitted.
No, it's not going to be physically admitted, but we have not had testimony of that, so I'm just making a record that I will be presenting testimony of that for Detective Pillar. We just haven't got to it yet.
Okay, and then Lisa Perry will testify about cutting pieces of fabric out of the Jeep and impounding them.
Swabs, the steering wheel, door handles, seatbelt buckles, and Detective Pillar will testify that he observed all those being done and being all the safety techniques that were used. So he will be testifying as to that as well. But again, we haven't got there yet.
Are you going to show her? Are they here?
No, because they would be destroyed if we save them for any future testing should anyone ever request that be done.
All right.
We will just discuss the impound numbers.
Okay.
And what the swaps are.
All right. Record the defendant wants to make. Sure. Okay.
I was there.
Because according to Tammy Lachek's report, she is the one that took the blood blot from Alex Cox. So we're going to just have our same objection to the Crawford that it's missing because she's not here to testify against it. About Detective Pillar did witness that. I understand that, but it's not the same thing as her telling us how she did it, when she did it, why she did it, how that was processed.
Okay. Evidence, as I understand it, or the testimony as I understand it, Emilyn Sapinoso was just simply going to, she received a clot, a sample of blood or a blood clot, and then created the profile.
Correct.
Okay, so not to put the cart before the horse, but that's all she's testifying to at this point. So I understand your objection. I don't think we're to that point because they're not admitting it into evidence yet. Anything else?
Just that, is that not confusing to the jury?
It could be a little. It could be a little confusing in that it's not a linear presentation of how things happened. The state isn't required to call the witnesses that type of sequence if they're not able to. So
Obviously, because late, last week, due to the defendant, it did throw the state's case off. We would have already had Detective Miller already testifying and done before today.
Okay.
We're doing what we can with what we got.
All right, let's bring the jury in.
Lori's fault. Now, I expect Sap enough time on the cross because she was fired because of character issues. So, yeah. And then proper for Lori to proceed. So, we'll give it to.
All right. Please be seated. The jury's back. Still taking witnesses out of order. We'll get back to Detective Pillar hopefully this afternoon. Go ahead and your next witness.
Thank you.
All right, you're going to come right up here, and my clerk will swear you in.
Can you please state spell and last name?
She doesn't look like a drunken party animal.
Raise your right hand. When you're about to skip, do the up there.
Could you please introduce yourself to the jury?
I'm so
And where do you currently work?
work at the Orange County District Attorney's Office in California as a forensic scientist.
Where did you work back in 2019?
In 2019, so prior to my current job, I was a forensic at Mesa Forensic Services in Mesa, Arizona.
At the Mesa Forensic Services.
I was a forensic scientist there where I did serology, DNA analysis, biology technical leader for 7 years, the last 7 years, and I did blood stain pattern analysis, and I was also a forensic artist the last year I was there.
Can you your training and education to work as a forensic scientist in the area of DNA?
I have a bachelor's degree in biology and a master's degree in forensic science.
While working for the department, did you undergo training to learn how to develop DNA profiles from?
Yes, I did. So most of my training was done in-house by other forensic scientists. And aside from that, I trained and I'm required to do at least a education.
And back when you were working as a forensic services, was that for the Mesa Police Department?
Yes, it was.
Did Department of Forensic Services undergo the same types of trainings, internal and external?
Yes.
Now, in the area of, can you talk to us about first DNA and what different, I guess, biological sources can be used to find DNA?
So DNA is what makes each person being. It comes from your parents. Half of it is from your mom. The other half, the DNA analysis is performed at a forensic laboratory is typically for biologics like blood, saliva, can also be collected from touch DNA or items that people touch and leave their skin cells on.
Now, was one part of your job a DNA profile from what we call it, a known source of DNA?
Yes.
Can you tell us first what a known source means?
A known source of DNA is a sample that's collected directly from an individual.
And what do we mean by DNA profile?
DNA profile is the result that is obtained after DNA analysis is performed in a laboratory.
As a forensic scientist working for the Mesa Police Department, would the job sometimes be split where one forensic scientist would be required to create a DNA profile from a known, and another one might create DNA from known or items collected at a scene?
Yes, so that's pretty typical. It just depends on which forensic scientist is available to any given time.
Working there back in 2019, did the Mesa Police Department contract to do DNA work for the Gilbert Police Department?
Yeah.
In this case that we're talking about, did you perform creating a DNA profile for the known, for a single known source for Alex?
Yes, I did.
Were you provided with a property item 647961 from Alex?
Yes, so the Mesa reports will have a letter G in front of that to identify it as a Gilbert.
Okay. And was that when you receive an item such as a blood blot to us, how you get that from the Gilbert Police Department? Is it protected? Is it, what do they do to get that to you?
The Mesa Forensic Services Laboratory has laboratory technicians to the Gilbert Police Department to their evidence section to pick up any evidence that we need to do from that. Then our laboratory technician brings the evidence back to the Mesa Forensic Services Laboratory, where it gets stored in proper for a forensic scientist to analyze. And any packaging, it's sealed, is noted in our notes, and we ensure that it's properly sealed with evidence tape that's marked with the person's initials and date who sealed it.
You received the blood blot at items 1. Was that in a sealed evidence envelope? Was it dated and signed to reflect that it was impounded by Gilbert Police Department?
Yes.
So when you receive a blood blot, that is?
Blood blot is typically taken from a coroner's office. They sort of like a round filter paper where they put just spots of blood on there. And then when we get it in the laboratory, we take that filter paper and we take a cutting of the blood that's on that filter paper to forward analysis.
Is that what you did in this case?
Yes, I did.
And were you able to create a DNA profile from that blood blot from Alexander Cox?
Yes.
Were you asked to do any other analysis to that DNA profile for Alexander Cox?
No, I did not.
Was that profile that you created in your report in the notes so that it could be reviewed by another analyst in any type of comparison?
Yes.
And your involvement with regards to this case in Alexander Cox? State has questions for this witness.
Cross.
No questions, Your Honor.
Are there any questions for the witness from any member of the jury? No. Step down. Thank you. State calls. Come right up here in front of my clerk and be sworn in.
Raise your right hand, please. You do solemnly swear that the whole truth and nothing but the truth, so help you God? On the
Would you please introduce yourself to the jury?
Good afternoon. My name is Lisa Perry.
Where do you work?
I work for Mesa Police Forensic Services.
How long have you worked there?
It'll be 23 years next month.
And what are your current duties?
My current duties are to supervise the evidence processing unit.
What were your duties back in 2019 and 2020?
I was a forensic to the biology unit, which meant that I analyzed evidence of a crime for the presence of biological materials, substances that would yield a DNA profile, be it skin cells or a body fluid.
Can you tell us your education and training to work in that area?
Yes, I have a science background with a bachelor's of science in marine biology with a chemistry minor from Western Washington University. Biology labs. I started my career with Mesa Forensics for their rigorous training program. After completion of that, I qualified analyst. I also took training at the California Criminalistics Institute National Forensic Science Technology Center in body fluid identification.
Back in January, end of December, January of 2020, were you responsible for often preparing swabs, means of potential biological material for DNA testing?
Yes, I was.
Can you tell us a little bit about what that means?
When swabs have already been collected at a scene, what I will do is receive them from our evidence section, or they'll be transferred to us from another agency's evidence section. I will prepare my workspace to handle the evidence, meaning that I will we will wear a lab coat and goggles and gloves and things that will protect me from the evidence, and the evidence will be protected from me. I will clean my lab. We'll put down clean paper and have sterile utensils that I put on to analyze the items. When I look at that item of evidence, I'm going to take detail and then open it up, identify the contents, take copious notes, and then I'm going to remove swab material to like a sterile. So that is what I'm receiving. I'm going to remove that swab, half of it to go forward for DNA analysis, and the other half is going to be retained should further testing ever be required. And then that little tube will go into a sealed order for a DNA analyst to analyze it.
Going back to January, I think 2nd of 2020, where you provided swabs from the Gilbert Police Department in relation to the case.
Yes, I was.
And those swabs, can you tell us, sealed, how do you know that they haven't been tampered with when you received them?
Well, I would need to refer to my specific notes, but indicate whether or not they had been tampered, how they appeared, the packaging appeared, and I make notes that they are properly tape sealed, dated, and initial.
So you are the one that has to unseal and open them.
Yes.
With looking at your notes, help refresh your recollection as to that occurred here.
It would.
Do you have a copy?
May I
You can take a look at them, refresh your recollection, and let us know. Go
ahead.
And each item still had its integrity seal. I noted how it was packaged, what it was labeled, and nothing appeared to it.
Were you provided with a swab 64889 indicated as swab from steering?
Yes, it was.
Was swab 6458 from the driver's side seatbelt?
Yes, I was.
Were you provided with a 45893 swab from the gear shift?
It was.
4589 passenger side interior door handle?
Yes, I was.
645-895 swabs from the stair tire?
Yes, I was.
Were you provided with swab 645-896 swab from the interior handles? What then specifically in this case to those swabs?
As I stated previously, I would remove that swab material from each of the swabs. I would portion out half of it to go forward into the analysis. It would be labeled with its original parent she just listed off, plus a little set of letters to identify that it came from that parent item. So the number she provided is the parent, and little cuttings that came off of that. That would go forward for DNA to be retained in the lab should the future testing ever be necessary. So I put it on it into. I had it labeled into a clear envelope that I heat sealed and initials on top of that, and then that went into the DNA queue for another analyst.
So at the Mesa Police Department at that time, in that you created to attempted DNA profiles from each of those items.
That is what would happen, yes.
So in terms of your involvement, were you involved in doing any type of analysis for this case?
No, I wasn't. Just preparing the sample.
And did that sort of end your involvement in this case in the cuttings?
Yes, it did.
The state doesn't have further questions for this witness.
Cross?
No questions, Your Honor.
Any questions for this witness from the jury? I don't see any. You can say.
Thank you. I'm going to go get my next witness.
All right, go ahead and come up here in front of my clerk.
And spell your first and last name.
My name is Mary Ann Roth. M-A-R-I-A-N-N-E.
Thank you. Right hand, please. If you promise her this one you're about to give the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, ma'am.
Would you please introduce yourself to the jury?
Hi, my
is Mary Ann Robb. I am a retired police officer in the town of Gilbert, Arizona.
When did you retire?
Retired July 9th, 2021.
Did you police?
I was with Gilbert 26 years, and a law enforcement officer in Arizona for 34.
Prior to Gilbert?
With Mesa Police Department back in 9th, and I was Pine Top Lakeside Police Department for 6.5, and started with Gilbert PD in 1995.
Okay. What were your police department?
Most of my career was patrol. I was also a crime prevention officer for approximately a year and a half. I was also a detective for approximately 3 years.
Were you on 2019 around 9:15 in the morning?
Yes, I was.
At that time, did you to a night call of a shooting at 3875 Gilbert, Maricopa County, Arizona?
Yes, I was.
Can you tell us what you saw when you arrived at 3875 East Felt Street?
There was a gentleman pretty much in the street, just in front of his home. There was also a dark-colored Tesla that was parked there, and I noticed that driver's door on the ground was a window that was laying up.
Was the Tesla in the road or in the driveway when you arrived?
It was in the driveway.
When you first arrived there, did you speak with on the road? Who was that?
He identified himself as Brandon.
After speaking with Brandon Boudreaux for a while, did you go look at the Tesla?
Yeah.
Now, prior to looking at the Tesla, did you have all the information about anything like that?
Just what dispatch gave us while en route to the call. Don't know, did not have what type, an actual specific type weapon, but we knew the type of weapon, possibly a rifle. And that's pretty much all we had.
Okay. Were you solo when you arrived? Was there any other officers with you initially?
Not initially, it was just myself.
Okay. When you went up to the Tesla, can you tell us what you saw and where?
That's what the vehicle itself was up. All the doors were shut. Looked up onto the frame of the actual car, would be where the headrest is, but on the outside where the frame is of the car. And I noticed that there was a hole in the top of the car, and it looked to me like it was a bullet hole.
Now, in your 34 years as a police officer, have you seen bullets in bullets before?
Yes, I have.
A lot obviously know you carry weapons, have your own guns and shoot, I guess, personally.
Yes, I do.
Okay. So when you saw these 26, pull it out a little. Is this what you?
Yes, I did. Exactly.
This when you saw this, you recognized it as a bullet hole.
Yes.
Had Mr. Boudreaux, when you first contacted him, said anything about a BB gun or something like that?
I made a comment. He thought maybe it could have been a BB gun because he noticed that his windshield, or his driver's side window, kind of.
Did he indicate that anything had come in and hit him, like whether there was a hole through the window?
No.
So you go to this hole, this did you think that was made by?
Definitely not. No.
Did Brandon come up with you to look at his vehicle?
He did after.
Okay.
I initially looked at it.
And did he make any when he saw you looking at that hole?
It wasn't a pellet gun or paintball gun.
Do you recall that he had before you pointing it out?
Oh, that's correct, yes.
When he first came up and saw you looking at that, did he indicate, oh, wow, I didn't?
He did.
Did you initially utilize your flashlight to try to see the projectile in there?
Yes, I did.
And were you able to find an exit at that point? You, in fact, asked the rear of the Tesla so you could look and see if there was any exit into the car.
Yes, I did.
Did you find an exit? Did you then use a pen to try to see if you could find an exit there?
I used my pen also to see if I could figure out the trajectory so I can think of, okay, where can I possibly locate that bullet? So that's why I'm there to try to figure out what was the way it was traveling in the car to see if I can find.
Realize that there's this bullet hole in the frame of the Tesla vehicle. Did you go back to your vehicle to do anything?
Yes, I did.
What did you vehicle to do?
Well, I made a phone call to one of my officers that was also in the area looking for a suspect. And I explained to him that this is no BB gun. This is an actual bullet hole, and we do have a crime here. So I asked location to assist me in starting basically a crime scene.
Okay. Did you want him to look at that as well? Help you to see if there was an exit or anything like that as well?
Correct.
Did you get a camera to try to take some photographs as well to document what you were seeing right then?
I used my police, we have an iPhone, and I was using that. I was taking pictures of the home.
Okay. Now, when you were looking at this bullet hole and then you came back, I guess prior to leaving, did you ask Brandon about glass that was next to the vehicle?
I did. I thought maybe he took the glass out and put it on the ground, and he said as he pulled into his way after the incident occurred and he knew that the other vehicle was gone, he pulled into his driveway. Well, the Teslas, I guess as soon as he puts his car into park, or automatically opens. That's when he said that, as you could see, what would be, I guess, the right-hand side is when, yes, the actual window, the driver's window, just fell out onto the driveway there.
Did you actually ask him to make sure it was where it landed?
Yes, I'm sure he didn't touch it, and I asked him that.
Okay, so he didn't, did he interrupt it?
No, it was where it fell out of his car is where it laid.
When you first contacted him initially in the street, when you showed him the bullet hole and came back, can you tell us his demeanor when you first contacted him to came back and had contact with him?
He was kind of bewildered what happened. He was very quiet and concerned and didn't know how to react. Happened. The car, the window falls out of the car. When he opens the door, he's like, he's just kind of like, what in the world took place just a few minutes ago?
When you came back after you had showed him the bullet hole and returned, did you see a change in his demeanor?
Yes, I did.
What did you note then?
Well, I noticed when I showed him the bullet hole and all, first of all, he said, well, that definitely isn't a BB gun. explained, no, it's not. He then down, because I was asking him some more questions. He goes, I just need a minute. I just need to sit down. If he wanted a chair, he says, no, I just had him sit down right there in the driveway area and just let.
Did you notice anything with his hands?
He was quite shaken.
So you saw his hands physically shaking?
Yes.
At some point, did you ask Brendan to give you a description of the vehicle that he said shot at?
I did.
What did he give you in terms of a description?
It was a green, a darkish green Jeep Wrangler, and as he was driving westbound on his street, Phelps, the back window of this Jeep just kind of flew open, and he noticed that there was a muzzle of some type of weapon that was pointed at his vehicle. He thought maybe it was a silencer, but there was a very loud from that. Next, his window shattered, and he just got scared, so he just took off and went westbound and around the block. All took place, as he said, that this green Jeep Wrangler was parked westbound. If we can see that, it was on, that would be the south side. It was parked on his side of the street, and it was pretty much face to face with that minivan. So it was basically parked the wrong way on the way. And that it was parked there. It was pretty much, he said, it was right up against the back window pop open, and that's when that gun pointed at him, and he heard a very loud bang, saw his window shatter. He, like I said, he just kept going westbound street over, made a turn northbound on that street, and basically stopped because he just called 911 and got they were talking 911.
Yeah, I'll ask you a little bit about, did he tell you this Jeep Wrangler, if it was a four-door?
It was a two-door.
Tell you anything about the license plate on the vehicle?
The license plate was, he didn't have the numbers, but definitely the Texas license plate.
When he talked about thought it was a handgun or a rifle?
It had a long barrel, so he said it was a rifle.
Okay. So he talked to you about the Jeep being right in this area in front of this white vehicle we see in Exhibit 14?
Yes, that's correct.
Did he also sort of present approximately where he was when he sees this window open and the rifle?
The cones right here, I believe detectives must have put them on right where that first cone exactly. That's where he started he started going into his driveway. And that is when the occurred.
And then he
just kept going straight because he had no idea what was happening. So he got out of the area and headed west on Phelps.
You told us, obviously, you've been a law enforcement officer, retired officer for more than 30 years.
Yes, numerous times. I'm an avid hunter.
You fire a single shot from a rifle. Will a casing eject?
No, it depends on what rifle you're shooting. If you have a bolt action rifle, if you shoot, it's good. You need to manually bolt the project or the casing will go out, will eject, and then you would put another bolt, or you'd close the bolt and put another round in your gun. It's a semi-automatic rifle, and yes, as soon as you shoot, the casing will pop out and another bullet will go into the.
Based upon what Brandon had told, he only saw the end of the barrel come out the back window. Did you expect to find it?
No, not at all.
Why not?
Well, it's a Jeep, and I also have a Jeep Wrangler myself. If the barrel is just kind of right out by the end of the Jeep where it goes up, the rest of the rifle is inside. So wherever that person is, whether it's in the driver's seat, well, it's two passenger seat area, as soon as the rifle is fired, the bullet comes out inside the Jeep. It's not going to go out the back end because of the rifle. So the thing, if it was semi-auto, it's going all in right there somewhere, the driver's seat or passenger seat in that area.
Did you in fact tell officers and sergeants that arrived at the scene that you didn't expect to find it because of that reason?
That is correct, yes.
That you have a Jeep Wrangler yourself?
Yes.
In order to open that back window, do you have to remove the if you want to just open the window? And
yes, I mean, even if you didn't have the tailgate first, then the window would pop up.
Okay. So on it, and just the window, it would hit the tire.
That is correct, yes.
Okay. After, I guess, as you are collecting this information, did you call to have to come to arrive at the scene?
Yes, I went back in the car, contacted my sergeant, advised him what I had, and the detective.
While you were sort of having contact with Brandon, observe him having to sit down and shaking. Did you talk to him about whether or not he needed someone?
Yes, I asked him if he needed a bottle of water, if there was maybe a family member or friend that could help him during this investigation.
And did, at some point during the time here, did a couple of his friends show up?
Yes, he did.
Okay. As this investigation was going on, realized this was really a bullet hole. Was a tape here. What is that?
That is crime scene tape. At the time, we knew that we now have. So what we'll do is put the tape in the area that we feel is part of the actual crime scene. No other, whether they're officers, the public, or anybody cannot come into that area. And it's an area that detectives and officers can search without it being contaminated by people coming and going in that area.
In fact, one of Brandon's friends said, well, he was initially here and he was going to ask to move back away some.
That is correct, yes.
And so we can see here the yellow tape is sort of behind where the Jeep was located, according to Brandon?
Yes.
Now, did you have a couple different contacts with Brandon as you were gathering information and sort of going back to your car, making some calls?
Yes, I had contact with him in front of his home when we had him and his friends go across the street and sit on the grass in the neighbor's house.
Went across the street to sit. Did you who he thought might have been responsible for this?
Yeah, I asked him if he had any enemies that would be doing this.
And so because that he knew about this, where Jeep is parked there and he arrives and door comes open and a barrel or rifle comes out, were you trying to determine who might be the person doing that?
That is correct, yes.
Did Brandon tell you that the only thing he could think of was his soon-to-be ex-wife's family?
Yes, he did.
Did he tell you that he thought this might be in relation to an incident occurred in
did.
Did he provide you the names of people he might be involved in his shooting?
Yes, he did. He said Lori Vallow and Alex Cox.
During your conversation later with Brendan, did he provide you information Vallow and her husband at the time, Charles Vallow, had previously lived in Texas?
Yes, she did.
To you, given the fact he told you the Jeep had Texas plates?
Exactly. If these folks Texas plates, it's good possibility 2 and 2 together that.
Was that all things that you were passed to the sergeants for them to brief to the detectives?
That is correct. Yes.
Did you talk to Brandon about when he moved into this residence? How long he'd been here?
Yes.
He advised you that let me ask you, this was October 2nd, was a Wednesday, right?
Yeah.
Did he tell you he had just moved in the prior Wednesday?
That's correct. He's moving Wednesday, Thursday area. Yes, a week before.
So the Wednesday and Thursday he had been physically out.
That is correct, yes.
Did you go through Brandon's morning routine second?
Yes, I did.
And did he talk to you about his timeline of leaving at 7:25 to take?
Yes.
Did he tell you about dropping off his youngest with his soon-to-be ex-wife?
Yes, he did.
Now, and relay all of that to the sergeants to be briefed to the detectives?
That is correct, yes.
Were you taking notes of that as you were speaking with him?
Yes, from the minute until I left the scene, I was taking notes.
Body cam?
Yes, it was.
So was that also recording that?
Yes.
You told us that at some point, Brandon and his friends the street to sort of get out of the scene?
Yes, that's correct.
And were they sort of sitting under a tree in some shade?
Yes.
Did you, at some point, talk to the neighbor whose, I guess, yard y'all were sitting in?
Yes, I did.
Did you look for and ask for any cameras at her house?
Yes.
Did you find any?
No, there were no cameras.
And did you just remain with Brandon Boudreaux and his friends until detectives came to meet and interview with him?
Yes, I did.
Other questions?
Cross?
So Rob, is it okay if I call you that since you're retired?
Fine.
Officer Rob, you had stated that you saw a gentleman, is that correct?
That is correct.
How far in the street was Brandon when?
From the sidewalk?
Yeah.
2, 3 feet, maybe?
So closer to the driveway side?
I would assume so, yes. It's a driveway and about maybe 2 or 3 feet into the street.
Okay, and then where did you park?
Across the street.
And then did you talk to Brandon in the street? Did you guys go into the driveway? What happened at that point?
Talking to him because he was still on the phone. He was in the street, and I had him walk onto the sidewalk. It was a lot safer than being in the street, and tell me what was happening.
Okay, so you said he was on the phone, came up?
Yes.
So he ended that call, and then he was on the phone still when he moved to the...
When I arrived, I believe he was talking to our 911 dispatch and told him what was happening. He hung up with the dispatch.
Okay. And then how long did you talk before you went over to look at the Tesla?
I couldn't give you maybe 4 or 5 minutes or so.
And then when you looked at the Tesla and you put your pen in the Tesla and kind of down, were you looking for the projectile in there?
I was looking for the projectile, and I was all conjecture of how that bullet went in, so I could figure out where in the vehicle it might, if it did exit, where it could have.
Like to see if the hole went through, possibly, into the car?
No, I'm just going in the car, so if we can find it, where in the vehicle it could have been.
Okay. So did you, I mean, is that kind of a typical thing that you're in there to find trajectory?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And you didn't think that could do anything to the projectiles or anything like that?
No, ma'am.
And did you find any projectiles within that hole?
I did.
And you didn't find any of the projectiles, is that correct? You didn't extract them out of there?
That's correct.
Figure out the trajectory with your pen?
I could see which way it went to the vehicle.
And which?
I believe it went up. I don't have the picture, no, it's kind of hard to try to explain, but where the driver would have been and his head would have been right here. The bullet hole was approximately maybe 1.5 to 2 inches above where Brandon's head would have been in the driver's seat. And it went up, and it would have been kind of an motion into the frame of the car.
An upward motion.
Kind of going up like this.
And how big was that actual hole that you viewed with your?
I did not measure it, but definitely a rifle round.
Okay. So in your experience with rifles, how big would the rifle bullet be to have to make that size of a typical rifle bullet or something bigger? I don't know much about bullets.
You want me to guess? I would say maybe a 30-odd.
And so did you give these trajectory points to the detectives when they got there where you thought the trajectory was?
I did not, because they could easily see what was where the trajectory was. I let their determination.
And then look for, I know that you had asked him, you said you had asked him to open up the back seat, is that correct? The back door?
Yes.
To the back seat? And what did you find inside the back seat? Anything?
No.
How about glass?
Which glass? In the back seat or in the back of the back of me?
Yeah.
No, it was fully intact.
Well, I mean, just was there any glass in the back seat of the car?
No.
So was there glass in the front?
I don't recall that. I don't remember.
Glass on the flooring?
There was glass on the outside. I couldn't tell you if there was anything inside the car.
Okay. And Brandon had told you, or had conveyed to you that the window had fallen out when the door opened. Is that what you, is that?
That is correct, yes.
And it had not been moved at all?
It's not.
And did you move it at all?
I did not.
Detectives move it.
I did not.
Was basically and just shattered to your view?
It looked like it. Look, I didn't see pieces. It looked like it was well, sun tint and how it shatters and it just stays in one big piece just on the ground. Right.
Okay. In that glass, did you see a bowl?
I didn't touch the glass.
Looking, did you see a hole where like the bullet had gone through the glass?
No, I did not.
And you never found any kind of part of the projectile or saw an exit for the projectile anywhere in the vehicle?
That is correct.
So it looked like it stopped inside the frame. Is that what you think?
Possibility, yes.
Okay. And you had said before that Brandon had thought it might be a BB gun. He didn't?
He did.
And did he indicate to you about?
Nothing like that, no.
Okay. Or that it was possibly a paintball gun. You stated that you put a flashlight in there to see if there was an exit.
Let's see if I ever in that hole. I did.
And you didn't see any kind of exit hole with the flashlight?
That's correct.
Okay. You had that when that he was inside the crime scene, correct?
Don't believe the crime tape was put up quite yet.
Okay, but he was walking right by the vehicle, by the Tesla, is that correct?
That is correct, yes.
Okay. And are you aware of the glass found in the street?
I could not tell you that.
So if Brandon, not before the crime scene tape was put up, it could possibly have been kicked or moved by a shoe.
Possibility.
Yeah. Did from where the Tesla was to back to the street, back and forth, or?
I pretty much stayed on that sidewalk.
Okay. But initially he was standing in the.
That is correct.
Did you think that was odd since someone just shot him, that he would be standing out in the middle of the street back around the bend? You had stated that Brandon had conveyed to you that he had no idea what had happened. Is that?
That is correct.
And so he was bewildered. Is that what word you used?
Yes.
And that he had described the vehicle that had shot at him as a darkish green Jeep Wrangler.
That is correct.
And so did he not say puke green to you?
Green.
And then did he go and get his phone, show you a color of a green, and said camo green?
That is correct.
Showed you a picture of the green color.
He did show me, he was looking at, and there was another officer Bullock might match the color that he was looking at, and he said camo green.
Okay, so, but you saw the picture of the showing to Officer Bullock? But you heard him say the word camo green. Okay. And then you said something about that he saw a silencer but heard a loud bang.
That is correct, yes.
Okay. If there was a silencer, would there be a loud bang?
Couldn't tell you. I don't know of silencer on a rifle. I have no idea. I've never heard a silencer on a rifle, so I can't answer that.
In all your shooting experience, you've never used one or had known anything about them?
Not a silencer. I know a silencer on a handgun, but not on a rifle. So I don't know how loud or how quiet it would be.
Okay. And so if you're inside a car, like a nice car, right, like a Tesla, and all the windows are shut, and the doors are shut, maybe you have the radio on, you might not even hear a loud, but I mean, if there was a silencer, you might not even hear a loud bang at all. Wouldn't that be true?
Again, to speculation, since she's already indicated she doesn't
Hold on,
know.
she testified she hasn't experienced a silencer on a rifle, so the objection is sustained.
In your estimation of looking at the crime scene, because you were first on the scene, is that correct?
Yes.
That how far away would the back of the Jeep have been to where the shot occurred when Brandon was turning into the driveway, in your estimation?
I did not, and an estimate, maybe 10 feet.
Okay. So would it be hard, someone has shot rifles, right? Hard to hit your target at 10 feet away with a rifle?
No, I don't think so.
And you had stated that you didn't think that there would be a casing anywhere on the ground, but they did canvass for a casing anyway, isn't that correct?
That is correct, yes.
And were you part of the side-by-side walking down the road looking for any kind of projectile or casings that went around the block?
No.
Okay. Those 11 other officers?
I don't know how many. There were officers, but I couldn't tell you how many.
But you did not participate in that?
That is correct.
Okay. Were you gone by that point, or you were still there working the scene?
I don't know what time they started that, so I couldn't tell you that.
Did you see them doing that?
I did not in front of the house. No, I did not.
So you didn't witness any of those people walking the whole block to search for things?
That's correct. I did not.
Okay. So it could have been done after possibly you left the scene?
Yes?
Okay. About how long do you think that you were there at the scene?
I couldn't tell you. I'd have to look at my notes. Got to be at least an hour, maybe 2.
Okay. And what was your role after you spoke to Brandon, briefed the detectives, then what were you doing?
I just stood on the grassy area on the other side of the road where Brandon and his 2 friends were sitting on the grass.
And you had mentioned something about, did you talk to some neighbors? Is that correct?
There was a neighbor that came out of her door, and she was standing at her front entrance to her house.
And you spoke with her?
I did.
And did you come back and follow up with any of the neighbors?
Not with not just her, not with any other neighbors.
Did you go follow up with her?
No, I did not.
Okay. And you stated, so when you were speaking to Brandon initially, when did he call his friends to come over?
It was after I went back into my patrol car, came back out, maybe 10 minutes later or so. I assume he was on the phone and contacted him at that time.
Okay. And did you discuss that with him, like, go ahead and call your friends or call someone to come be with you?
No, I told him, do you need me to call someone for you to be with you?
Okay. And he decided to do that himself?
I assume so, yes.
Okay. You had stated something about that he was at the front of the house. So before he was under the tree, he was sitting at the front of the house? Is that correct?
When I initially arrived?
No, after you spoke to him for the first few minutes.
That is correct, yes.
Okay. And did you enter the house at all?
I did not.
Did you enter the garage at all?
No.
And in your notes, did you write a report?
I did.
Is the neighbor that you spoke to Samantha Babach?
Can I look at my report to refresh my memory? Because I couldn't tell you right off.
Sure.
She has it. She has it.
Okay.
Oh, sorry. She's just going to look at it, right?
Can you ask that question again? I'm sorry.
Yeah, is the neighbor that you talked to's name Samantha Babach?
Raybuck, yes.
Oh, Raybuck. Okay, I must have that wrong. And did she convey to you?
Object to hearsay.
Sounds like that's where it was going. Sustained.
Did you learn that someone in the neighborhood thought there was a dark blue
Object
Jeep?
again to hearsay.
Sustained.
Did she give you any relevant information that was used in your investigation?
She really didn't give me really any information on that. I'm sorry, I don't understand your question.
Did you use any information that you received from Samantha Raybuck in your investigation?
I gave that information to the detective.
And would that be Detective Pillar?
I don't remember which, there was a lot of detectives. I don't remember exactly who I spoke with to give that information to.
Okay. And Detective Pillar is the case agent, is that correct?
That is correct, yes.
And so is that kind of who you report to, though? If there's anything going on, you kind of go to the case agent?
I would, yes.
And so have you spoken to Detective Pillar about this case since October 2nd, 2019?
No.
So he's never asked you any follow-up questions or anything about the case?
No.
So in your report, you wrote your report and just handed it over, and that was that?
It submitted it, and that was it. Yes, correct.
Okay. And in your report, do you remember reporting that it was like pukey green?
I would have to get a recollection. I'm not sure about that.
So you're refreshing your memory by looking at your report?
Yes, sir. I do see green. I don't believe it's pukey green.
I thought that was funny. Okay, so no one that you spoke to, Officer Rob, other than Brandon, heard a loud bang. Is that correct?
I object to hearsay.
I'll sustain. You can rephrase that.
The only witness you have that heard a loud bang was Brandon. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And Brandon also stated that he thought there was a silencer on the gun. Is that correct?
He did. He said there was something in the front that he believed was a silencer.
Okay. No more questions, Your Honor.
All right. Redirect.
When you were talking to Brandon, he was talking about thinking it was maybe a BB gun. Was he indicating that he thought this because nothing came into his car, like there was no hole through his window into his vehicle?
That is correct.
When you are the first officer on scene, did it become clear to you when you went up to the Tesla that he had no idea there was a bullet hole in his vehicle?
That is correct, yes.
When you were talking about Brandon's demeanor, about him having sort of no idea what happened, you're not saying that he didn't know what occurred that day, that he wasn't able to tell you what he saw and what happened as he drove up, right?
That is correct.
So was Brandon able to tell you turned onto a street and saw this Jeep?
Say that again, I'm sorry.
Was Brandon able to tell you what happened when he turned onto a street and saw the Jeep there?
Yes, he did that.
He was able to tell you about seeing that back window come up.
Correct.
And he was able to tell you about seeing the rifle barrel come out.
Yes.
He was able to tell you about the rifle barrel having what he thought was a silencer at the end.
That is correct.
And then he was able to tell you that he heard that loud bang and his window shattered.
That is correct.
And that after that he went straight.
Yes, that's correct.
And he was able to give you the description of the Jeep Wrangler.
Yes.
2 doors.
Yes.
That it had that Texas license plate on it.
That's correct.
The direction and location where it was parked.
Yes.
Did Brandon tell you that his car was still moving when the bullet struck his car?
I believe he did.
So the person from that back of the Jeep is firing as his vehicle is still moving.
That is correct.
When you were there, you were asked by the defendant about anyone or about Brandon or anyone going into the house or the garage. Was it your understanding that the other officers that were there cleared the house?
They were going to clear the house, yes.
You just didn't participate in that.
That's correct.
What does it mean to clear the house?
It's a possibility they were thinking there could be somebody in the house. So when they clear the house, they're actually searching room to room in the house to make sure there was no one else there.
Okay. So did Brandon give him permission to go into his house and do whatever they needed to do?
Yes, they did.
When you first drove up on the scene, you said Brandon was in the street on the phone with 911 still?
Yes.
Was he kind of looking as you came up and kind of going towards you?
I believe so.
And then as you walked up to him, did you sort of take him back onto the sidewalk?
Yes, I started explaining, what's going on. And then, I had him go up on the sidewalk myself.
So kind of just had him follow you up there?
Yes.
And then you said when you started talking with him, he then hung up with 911?
That is correct.
Okay. In terms of the distance between the Jeep and the Tesla, was it just a little more than the width of the driveway, basically? I'm going to put up Exhibit 7 here. So if we are talking about the Jeep is here, right?
That is correct, yes.
On the edge of his driveway?
Yes, it was.
And so the distance between the end of the Jeep and Brandon's car would be sort of where that, from the end of his driveway to where the cone was?
That's correct. I didn't do any measurements, but just assumption, just looking at it, I'd say maybe approximately 10 feet.
Okay. And then you were not responsible for searching the distance of where Brandon told you he had driven or where he had seen the vehicle, the Jeep, go?
That is correct.
At some point during this, when detectives were there, did you finally get relieved to go do other calls?
Yes, I went back on to my routine patrol. Yes.
All right. Thank you. I have no other questions for this witness.
Are there any questions for this witness from the jury? Write down your question if you have a question. Pass it forward.
I wrote it down.
Would it be easier or harder to hit a closer target?
Actually be, if you have a sight, if you're using a scope, it's harder.
All right. Any follow-up based on that question first from the defense?
No, Your Honor.
From the state?
And would the movement of the object you're striking also play into the difficulty of hitting it?
It would be the moving of the vehicles. Also, it depends on whoever is doing the shooting with the rifle. Do they have a rest where they can shoot and everything? Meaning a rest, meaning you put your gun on a stable platform and you're able to shoot where there's when the recoil happens, the gun does not jump. If you're doing it freehand, then a lot of times the gun will kind of go up the recoil and your gun would kind of go in an upward direction.
So if a person is shooting a moving target using a gun that doesn't have a stable platform, the recoil of the rifle could also impact the ability to hit the target.
That is correct. If they're aiming here, a lot of times without the rest, it might just kind of go up just a hair. and miss its actual target.
No other questions, Your Honor.
All right, you can step down. We're going to take our afternoon recess for about 15 minutes. Please remember the admonition.
All rise for the jury. Okay, let's see what is going on in reality as opposed to hypothetical. Because, well, 15 minutes plus we're a half hour behind in reality, so. Now, Lori Daybell's appeal was filed in Idaho. I think it was 30 pages long, cited 6 issues with her trial. One issue was that she was unfairly denied the attorney of her choice, i.e. Mark Means, who was disqualified because of conflict of interest because he represented both Lori and Chad. They do have some points on that, in that, as I understand it, they filed, or made some statement that they were waiving it as an appeal issue, but it's better to err on the side of caution. Plus, I think Mark Means kind of did some underhanded stuff that got him kicked out. Let's see, was the lack of a speedy trial, and that's kind of a gray area. One was that she wasn't allowed to be at some hearings when she was in the Idaho State Mental Hospital because of incompetency, and so she's complaining about that. And all the hearings was to put on the record what the status was on her being restored to competency. So it's not like she had anything to directly contribute to that except for looking loopy. I suspect that her competency wasn't that she thought she was out in La La Land. It's just that she thought, hey, what I did was completely justified because God told us to do it. And, whether or not she really believed it or not was another matter. And so, or that she couldn't assist in her own defense. You can't have insanity as a defense to the crime. You can have it as a mitigating circumstance once you have been convicted. I think it was contributing to her own defense. And we can see how she was impeding her defense team and not allowing them to pursue certain avenues, like going after Chad. So, one of the other issues was let's see. I can't remember. Let's ask Grok. Okay. You're searching. Okay, deprivation of Sixth Amendment right to counsel of choice, which we discussed. Denial of Sixth Amendment right to assistance of counsel during pretrial hearings. And that was when she was in the state mental hospital. Violation of 14th Amendment due process rights. Let's see. The defense contends that the district court held pretrial hearings affecting Daybell's substantial rights in her absence and while she was deemed incompetent, violating her due process rights under the 14th Amendment. Well, we discussed that. All it was has there been any progress or any change on her mental status? No. Okay, well, we'll kick this count down the road. Okay. Errors in evidence admission. Okay, this is one of the bigger ones. The defense asserts that the district court made a mistake in allowing certain evidence which impacted fairness of the trial. Specific details on evidentiary are not fully outlined in the provided sources, but noted as key. This is noted as a key issue. The issue is the Idaho or the Arizona case regarding Charles and Brandon as a part of the conspiracy to commit murder of everybody so that they would be free and have money to fund the cult. So okay, so that's that. Let's take a look at let's see what Nate Eaton has to say. Oh, we might have a new thread for the afternoon session. It looks like we need to find the afternoon session thread. Okay, new thread. Back in courtroom. Few empty seats in the gallery, but not many. Okay. Got up to where recess took place. Okay. Back in the courtroom to clarify, I apparently misheard the juror question. It's actually would be harder to hit a closer target, not cougar running. This courtroom has poor acoustics. You can hear the question on the live stream. Judges on the bench. Detective Pilar is back on the witness stand. Jurors are taking their seats. All the integrity seals were put on the evidence in Rexburg, and the report management system assigned a number to each piece of evidence. So, so much for Lori's theory about grand conspiracy. Oh, apparently there is a window sticker on Tylee's Jeep that says Trina pointed out the sticker out to the jury. When Jeep photos are shown, the back windows are tinted, and you can't see it unless you have a flashlight. Very dark, says Pilar. The rear tire is affixed on to the back of the Jeep. You see multiple photos of the Jeep and the Texas license plate. Gunshot residue is taken from the driver's back seat, or the driver's seat. Says he also wanted DNA from the lug nuts on the back wheel. That's a good thing I wouldn't have thought of. Sorry. Get my drink. Final thing processed in the Jeep was the removal of the infotainment system. So, not anything exactly new. I'm looking at an interview here from Melody Pulowski with the police. It's certainly too long to get into right now, but that might not be something bad to look at for another lunchtime. Had some exchanges with revealing the narc on Twitter, and maybe possibly doing a collaboration on Lori. I think it would be really interesting to have her during Verdict Watch.
you want me to just go up there, or you gotta call me again?
Yeah, why don't you come back up? All right, thank you. The jury is now present. The parties are present. We'll resume the direct examination that was started with this witness, Mr. Pilar, Detective Pilar, on, I always say your name wrong, Pillar. I have a mental block. That was started on Friday afternoon. So go ahead.
Thank you. All right. So last Friday when we broke, we had discussed how you have previously been responsible for collecting gunshot residue or GSR, correct?
Correct.
And that you had been taught and trained how to do that.
Correct.
And we talked about how you also have been responsible to collect or attempt to collect DNA or biological material using swabs.
That's correct.
And you were taught and trained how to do that.
Yes.
And I think we also talked about how you have been taught and trained how to collect fingerprints and have done that as well.
Correct.
So next I wanted to talk to you about how you package these items of evidence. And let's start, for instance, with a GSR kit. After you have collected it the way you advised us, how would you package that to ensure its integrity?
So just as a refresher, GSR kit are individual tube-like collection kits, about, again, the size of a shotgun shell. Once you use the adhesive to collect the areas where you believe GSR exists, you put the adhesive side within that tube again, facing inwards, twist it and seal it, and then you would use something called an integrity seal, which is a fancy name for a sticker. A sticker that you put on there to provide the location, your initials, and the date of collection.
And is that put in any type of bag then and sealed?
Yes, once the GSR is collected, then it is then sealed in a vacuum sealed type bag.
So the package themselves have a sticker around it that tells you where it's collected from?
Yes.
And then those little vials are put into a plastic bag that itself is also sealed?
Correct.
So when the person who is performing any analysis on it receives it, that should all be sealed?
Correct.
And if those seals were broken, they would know that someone else had been in it?
Correct.
Okay. You had talked to us about the DNA collection, the Q-tips on the longer sticks, so to speak, being put into boxes.
Mm-hmm.
Can you tell us how those are packaged and sealed to ensure the integrity?
So the collection Q-tips, as I'll refer to them as again, they go, the dry collection and the wet collection of the same area that was swabbed get put into a small cardboard box, a very small cardboard box that actually has a breathable hole. That is sealed, but then that collection then gets placed into a paper envelope, which is then also sealed with an integrity seal, and the location, initials, and date are put on that envelope. And let me back up, I apologize. The box that the item is, the Q-tips are placed in, that's also notated with the report number and the location of collection prior to it then going into the envelope, which again has all the additional information and integrity seal.
So again, for the DNA swabs, if someone testified that the seals were all intact, then that would indicate no one else had been in there since that was done.
Correct.
Are those items, so for like the GSR, the tape put around the vial, is that done at the scene right after that is collected?
Yes, immediately upon collection, you seal the item that you collected, and then again, then you're going to take off that second pair of gloves that I explained on Friday, and then you put on a fresh pair of gloves before proceeding to the next collection location.
Now, in this case, we're talking about collecting this evidence in another state, in Rexburg, Idaho. Were all of these items that were collected as you processed the Jeep packaged, for instance, for the GSR, into their vials with the tape on it, and then those vials put into plastic bags and sealed there in Rexburg?
The vials were placed into the plastic bags and sealed, as well as the DNA kits, and then those are all collected, but they are not administratively impounded yet because we have not returned to our property and evidence building.
So the integrity seals are put on in Rexburg, Idaho, though?
Correct.
Now, we talked about impounding. For the police department, for the Gilbert Police Department, does each item of evidence have its own unique identification number?
Every item that goes into our property evidence building gets its own unique number with the associated report number.
Is that something that you guys make up, or is it just automatically created when you are actually impounding the evidence?
It is created when you are impounding the evidence through our report management system. So essentially entering the information into the computer, it assigns a number, and ultimately an identifying barcode that goes with it.
So we had heard, for instance, about swabs that were sent to Mesa Police Department, or a blood blot that was sent there, and some numbers were read off. Those are just numbers generated as part of your impound process?
Correct.
But the protection and the integrity is what you or your crime scene specialist are doing at the scene itself?
Correct.
Okay. So I want to talk to you about November 18th of 2019. Did you go to Rexburg, Idaho to process a 2018 Jeep Wrangler with license plate, or a Texas license plate, LWD0997?
Yes.
Were you working with the crime scene specialist, Tammy.
I was.
We also have heard from Tom Olzak. Did he go up with you as well?
He was up there with us as well, yes.
When you got to Rexburg, I think you had testified previously, albeit I'm not sure at this point, that the Jeep was impounded in an inside facility?
Yes, as a refresher, Rexburg Police Department located and impounded the Jeep Wrangler with the Texas license plate on November 6th. And we arrived, myself, crime scene specialist Lashik, and Detective Olzak arrived to Rexburg, Idaho to process the Jeep on November 18th.
And was it impounded the 4th or the 6th? November
I'm sorry,
4th?
the 4th. Okay. And that Jeep was taken to a private evidence building for the Rexburg Police Department. So it was a secure facility where that Jeep was located.
When you went there, was there a Rexburg officer at the time, a Detective Ray Hermosillo, with you to execute that search warrant?
Yes.
Did the Jeep itself have, I'll call it, integrity tape on the doors?
Yes, all the doors had integrity stickers on them as well on the Jeep, to just show that it had not actually been physically accessed since it was impounded.
And Your Honor, the state has shown the defendant exhibits 48 through 68. If I can have my paralegal approach with those. Do you recognize those as photographs that were taken on November 18th in Rexburg, Idaho, while you were processing both the inside and outside of the 2018 Jeep Wrangler with the Texas license plates LWD 0997?
Yes.
And those are photographs of the Jeep that the Chandler Police Department had also provided you photographs with from July 11th of 2019?
Correct.
And that's a Jeep that was associated to Lori Vallow.
Correct.
State will move to admit 48 through 68.
Any objection?
No objection.
48 through 68 are admitted.
So when we see Exhibit 48, is this sort of a beginning photo to let us know, again, the sort of case number that we would see on the items of evidence that were impounded with this case, as well as to document when this process began?
Correct.
What do we see here?
That's a picture of the Jeep that was impounded at the Rexburg Police Department's impound building. If you notice on the door, around the door frame here, these red stickers, and I believe there's closer up pictures, but those are evidence seals. So again, you can't access that vehicle without damaging those seals.
Exhibit 50, does that again show some of those seals?
Yes, the integrity seals.
We had also heard and seen a photo from Dan Moss. Did this vehicle have a sticker here in this corner?
Yes.
Was that associated to Texas?
Yes, it is. It was.
51, is that sort of showing a closer up of those seals that the vehicle was still in that same shape from when it was impounded?
Yes, they're showing that all doors have been sealed.
Exhibit 52, can we see on this the tinting on this vehicle?
Yes.
Were you able to see into the vehicle?
No, not without actually getting up close with a flashlight.
With a flashlight?
Yes.
Exhibit 53, closer up of the seals and the tinting on that window?
Very dark.
Now, at the time when this Jeep was impounded, was the rear tire on it?
When it was impounded, when it was located by Rexburg Police and then impounded, it was impounded as you see here, and it did have a wheel affixed to the back of the Wrangler.
Exhibit 55, showing that rear window, the tire and the seals there?
Yes.
And then again, showing the seals in 56. 57, is that sort of a whited out, and 58, a photo of the license plate?
Yes.
So that's the license plate that, again, was associated to Lori Vallow's Jeep Wrangler.
Correct.
Now, in Exhibit 6 here, we're seeing sort of how the rear window here that was described by Brandon as going up is able to move upward.
Yes, and if you look in the same picture towards the bottom left, you'll notice that the door actually has to be open because the door is what actually has the wheel affixed to it. If that wheel is not there, that window can be open without bumping into the wheel.
Okay, so in order to open the window, you guys had to actually open up the bottom, I'll call it for lack of a better word, door here.
Correct.
Tailgate.
Yes, correct.
Okay. Now, when you were processing this vehicle, did you talk with Ms. Lashik about where you would like to collect the gunshot residue from?
Yes.
And when you were discussing where to collect it from, was this based upon what Brandon Boudreaux had explained occurred on October 2nd?
Yes.
So your understanding was the shooter was inside the rear of the vehicle and the rifle was pointing out this back tailgate window area.
Correct. That back window opened up partially and was fired from within that cab inside that Jeep Wrangler.
So based upon that, where did you want to collect the gunshot residue from?
I described to Ms. Lashik what I was looking for, and I wanted to focus primarily for the GSR collection to be in the back cab of that Jeep Wrangler where GSR might be present, so around the back window and the back frame of the interior of that Jeep.
Were you looking to both rear and driver's side windows as
Yes.
one of the locations? Were you looking to both the passenger and driver's side front seats?
Yes.
Were you looking to the hard top of that Jeep?
Yes.
And then the rear window, meaning this rear window?
Yes, and as I believe I explained on Friday, it's an explosion of gas and particles. So anywhere within that area that was just identified, we were checking all those areas for GSR, gunshot residue.
When you were processing this Jeep on November 18th for GSR, at that time, did you know anything about whether or not the rear seat of this vehicle had been removed prior to the shooting?
I had no knowledge of the status of the back seat, no.
I'm going to put up 63 so we know what we're talking about. When this Jeep was impounded and you guys processed it, was the seat like this at that time?
Yes.
So when you're processing this Jeep on November 18th, you are unaware that this may have been removed at the time of the October 2nd shooting?
Correct.
Okay. When you were processing this Jeep on November 18th, were you aware that the rear tire had been removed?
Yes.
Was that based upon your interview with Brandon Boudreaux?
Yes.
Okay. And does that also make sense, given what you understand of how you could possibly open that rear window with or without the tire on there?
Yes. And at this juncture, we also had the diesel license plate reader image that was presented earlier of the Jeep without a tire on the back.
All right, so when you're processing this on November 18th, you have what Brandon Boudreaux told you, that there was no tire on the back and the rear window opened, as well as that license plate reader from the DEA showing this Jeep with this license plate on the I-40 without the rear tire.
Correct, 26 hours prior to the shooting.
Okay. So when we put Exhibit 61 up here, was GSR taken from the back of this driver's seat?
Yes.
Was GSR taken from the window over here?
Yes.
Was GSR taken from the roof up here?
Yes.
Putting up 62, is this the passenger side?
Yes.
And again, was GSR taken from the back of this passenger seat?
Yes.
Was GSR taken from this passenger side rear window?
Yes.
And from this headrest or rooftop there?
Correct, yes.
While this was, let me ask you this, who actually took those little vials with the sticky tabs and pressed it against the rear seat or the window?
Crime scene, Lashik was the one who actually physically collected that GSR.
Were you off sitting in a corner eating a cheeseburger, or were you watching?
I was with her throughout the duration of the evidence collection of the Jeep.
Were you not only watching, but helping to ensure that she's collecting from the areas that you want collected?
That's correct, giving some instruction of what I'm wanting to collect. She's the one physically doing it, but I'm helping give instruction and guide for where and why.
So for instance, after Ms. Lashik would collect GSR or potential GSR from the back of, say, the passenger seat, did you observe her as she then closed up the vial and put the tape on that and documented where that came from?
I observed her package, the collection, yes.
Did you also talk with crime scene specialist Lashik about where you wanted to attempt to collect biological material or DNA from the vehicle.
Yes.
And in that circumstance, where did you want to try to collect biological material or DNA from?
DNA, you want some vigorous connection. So the primary areas that were identified is going to be the steering wheel, the door handles to exit and enter the vehicle, the gear shift, and then the seat belt buckles. And that was for both the driver's side and passenger side, because at this juncture, again, we don't know how many people we had involved. We had some ideas, but we didn't have a confirmation of how many people.
Based upon the fact that you had that LPR read and Brandon saying that the rear tire was gone, did you also want to try to collect DNA from the lug nuts where the spare tire would go onto?
Yes, that was an additional location on the exterior of the vehicle, so where the back wheel was located.
Did you watch as crime specialist Tammy swabbed each of these areas that we've discussed?
Yes, I watched her swab, take the DNA swabs.
Did she follow the same process that you have explained of first putting on the gloves, the second pair?
Mm-hmm.
Is that a yes?
Yes, I'm sorry, yes. She changed her gloves according to our practices.
Did you see her put the distilled water onto one of the Q-tips and, for instance, use that on the steering wheel?
Yes.
Did you see her then take the dry one and swab over the steering wheel with the dry swab?
Yes.
Did you see her put those into the box?
Yes.
And did you see her then seal and document each box after that collection?
Yes.
Did you also watch Ms. Lashik process the Jeep for prints?
Yes.
And did she do the same method that you had described last Friday of trying to dust these different areas to look for the presence of any type of latent prints?
Yes.
Were any prints recovered from the Jeep?
No fingerprints, viable fingerprints were located within the Jeep, and that can be dependent on material, the structure of what it is, if it's bumpy, if it's smooth. But there was nothing that was located where we were searching as far as viable fingerprints. But we did have the DNA and GSR at that point.
And for the fingerprints, were you looking in the driver's side interior windows?
Yes.
The vanity mirrors that are on the sunscreen?
Yes.
The sort of pillar that's along the door frame there?
Yes.
Rear view mirror?
Yes.
And the same for the passenger side?
Yes.
And then also that rear hatch window that had been pushed up?
Yes.
And so those areas were processed and nothing of significance or of that either you or Ms. Lashik felt was a latent print was recovered?
Nothing that was usable, correct.
Okay. We heard from Mr. Olzak that he was there. Did he remove the infotainment system before or after you did all these processing?
Removing of the infotainment system was the final thing to be removed or processed, if you will, from the Jeep Wrangler.
Okay. With each of these items that were collected, each gunshot residue kit, each swab that was taken, were all of those items sealed with integrity tape as each were collected there in Rexburg, Idaho, in that impound place?
Yes.
Now, you told us you went to Rexburg that day. Did you also, in the vehicle, note any documentation indicating inside the vehicle sort of the ownership of the vehicle?
Yes, the vehicle's registration.
And was that to a Charles and Lori Vallow?
Yes.
And did that match the vehicle that you were looking at there, that 2018 Jeep Wrangler?
Yes, and I'm sorry I misspoke. In this particular picture, there's the insurance card, but yes.
You told us that each item of evidence is sealed with integrity, but then provided a impound number, correct?
Yes,
And that was done back at Gilbert Police Department?
correct.
Did you guys stay in Rexburg that night, or did you go directly back to Phoenix or Gilbert, I guess? Fly back to Arizona?
We traveled to Rexburg that morning and returned from Rexburg to Phoenix that morning, and that same morning we returned from Rexburg to Phoenix and ultimately to the Gilbert Police Department. So it was a one-day trip.
So we saw in the beginning that you guys began this around 10 a.m. in the morning. Do you recall approximately how long you were processing the Jeep?
I would have to estimate approximately 3 hours.
And so after that processing, you guys got back in a plane and came back to Arizona.
Correct.
Were those items of evidence then taken to the Gilbert Police Department to be impounded?
Yes.
Were there 2 GSR kits? Well, let me ask you this. Each gunshot residue kit, does that have 3 vials in the kit?
Yes.
And so are they all kept together in their own separate plastic bag?
Yes.
But each vial is individually sealed inside of there?
Correct.
And so were there 6 of those GSR vials used to process this Jeep?
Yes.
And then were there 2, I guess, kits impounded into property?
Yes.
And were they impounded as items 645-886 and 645-888?
Yes and yes.
Were you present when those were impounded?
I was not.
Did you eventually send these items to be tested by, for instance, the GSR Phoenix Police Department?
Yes.
And so when you send those, are you sending the sealed item that has the integrity tape on it, as well as the report number that was written on it by Ms. Lishik in your presence?
Yes.
So the only change would be that that sealed bag now was given these numbers when it was put into your system.
Correct.
And then did you use those numbers to send those items to, for instance, Phoenix Police Department?
Yes.
Okay. Again, for each of these swabs of the Jeep, were those each impounded individually?
Yes.
So each box that's then put in a paper envelope is impounded individually and given its own individual number?
That is correct.
And then did you use those numbers so that you could send those to the Mesa Police Department so that they could be tested?
Yes.
Did you then, when you were sending those to the Mesa Police Department, again, note that each of those integrity tapes are still intact as you are sending them to another agency to be processed?
Yes.
And did you then send to the Mesa Police Department the swab for the steering wheel is 645-889?
Yes.
And the swab for the passenger seat belt buckle as 645-890?
Yes.
And the swab for the driver's seat belt buckle as 645-891?
Yes.
And the swab for the gear shift as 645-893?
Yes.
The swab for the passenger interior door handle as 645-894?
Yes.
The swab for the lug nuts of that spare tire is 645-895.
Yes.
The swab for the driver's side interior door handle is 645-896.
Yes.
We have also heard today about a blood blot, a sample of blood from Alexander Cox. Were you present when that was obtained on December 14th of 2019?
I was present for that, yes.
And was that obtained for a DNA comparison to those swabs that were taken from the 2018 Jeep Wrangler that we've been discussing?
It was.
Is that also impounded with into a packaging that has integrity seal on it as well?
Yes.
And was that then impounded with a property ID 647961?
Yes.
And is that the item that we heard this morning from Emilyn Sapinoso that was sent to her for testing?
Yes.
As the case agent for this investigation, you told us that you have sent off those items for testing. That was part of your job, correct?
Yes.
Were you also responsible for writing search warrants to obtain cell phone records?
Yes.
When you are writing a search warrant to obtain cell phone records, is this a search warrant sent to a court to basically order these companies to send you records within those certain date ranges and items that they're to send you?
Yes, you complete an affidavit explaining your reasoning to request the warrant, send it to Superior Court for a judge to review, and if approved, that warrant will be signed, and then we will then serve, in this example here, to a phone company.
On December 4th of 2019, did you write a search warrant to Verizon for cell phone numbers 808-7...
Yes.
480-489...
Yes.
480-3...
Yes.
and 480...
Yes.
So... And is TracFone, I guess, one of the subsidiaries of Verizon?
Yes.
Do most of these phone companies, T-Mobile, AT&T, Verizon, have sort of subsidiary type of companies that are underneath them, I guess?
Yes, a company example being Verizon would be the umbrella company for some of these smaller organizations that sell and assign phones.
During your investigation, both by speaking with Chandler Police Department and looking into numbers that have been given out, did you associate the number 808-755 and 480-489-4652 as cell phone numbers associated to Lori Vallow?
Yes.
I can have my both of them. I can have my paralegal approach with 177 and 176. Do you recognize those two exhibits as the cell phone records, affidavits authenticating them, thumb drive of all the records, subscriber information for those two phone numbers, the 808-755-5452 and the 480-489-4652 associated to Lori Vallow?
Yes. Yes.
The state will move to admit 177 and 176.
No objection.
179, 176.
176 and 177.
Oh, I'm sorry. 176, 177 are admitted.
We've heard of the number 480-351-9. Did you learn that that number was associated to Alexander Cox?
Yes.
Was that number associated to him through, for instance, the Chandler Police Department from the July incident?
Yes.
If I can have my paralegal approach with 179. Does that contain an affidavit authenticating them, a thumb drive of the records, a print off showing the subscriber for that phone, as well as a print off of the call detail records for September 27th through October 10th?
Yes. Let me just want to double check one thing. Yes.
Is that 480-351-9120 number the number that we heard was making the appointment and responsible for scheduling the tinting with Dan's window tinting in Rexburg, Idaho?
Yes.
State will move to admit 179.
Any objection?
The same foundational objection of Crawford, Your Honor.
179 is admitted.
Detective, did you look at the call detail records for 480-489, the phone number associated to Lori Vallow, and the 480-351, the number associated to Alex Cox for October 2nd of 2019?
Wealthfront offers a cash account that has one of the highest interest rates on the market.
Associated to Alex Cox. Did you note phone call to the called number 480-489-4652?
Yes.
And that's the number associated with Lori Vallow?
That is her number, yes. Associated with her, yes.
Now we see here for time on October 2nd, a 9:02 a.m., correct?
Yes.
We see GMT -6. I'm going to pull in closer for this. Correct?
Yes.
Is that 9:02 a.m. Idaho time?
Yes.
For Arizona time, is it GMT -7?
Yes.
So Arizona time, would that be 8:02 a.m.?
That would be correct, yes.
So on October 2nd, at 8:02 a.m. Arizona time, this phone called Lori Vallow's phone?
Yes.
So Alex Cox's phone called Lori Vallow's phone.
That is correct.
Do the call detail records for Lori Vallow's phone show that same interaction between the two cell phones?
Yes, it does.
And so those were also contained in that exhibit?
Yes.
So this would have been approximately 30 minutes or 35 minutes after Brandon left his home. There's a call between Alex Cox's cell phone and Lori Vallow's cell phone in Rexburg, Idaho?
In Rexburg, Idaho, yes. Approximately 35 minutes after Mr. Boudreaux left his residence in Gilbert.
And did that phone call last about 24 minutes?
Yes.
In that search warrant, did you also obtain phone records for a 480-321-9866, a phone number associated to Melanie Boudreaux?
Yes.
And was that associated via Brandon Boudreaux had provided that?
Yes, that was her known number.
Is that also the number you had seen when you extracted Brandon's cell phone number as a contact for Melanie?
Yes.
While you were conducting this investigation, did you also obtain a search warrant for other phone numbers associated with Lori Vallow? For 480 692-9612.
Yes.
And then during your, was that search warrant executed on December 28th for that phone number?
Yes, it was.
As you went into 2020, were you advised by the FBI that they had executed a search warrant and located a track phone that was used during the time frame of the shooting in the area of the shooting in Gilbert, Arizona, meaning track phone used in the area of that October 2nd, 2019 shooting on Phelps?
Yes.
On February 21st, did you author a search warrant to obtain the cell phone records for track phone 304-960-5998?
Yes.
Who did you believe at that time in your based upon your investigation, was using that phone?
That track phone, based on the information I had at the time and the data, belonged to Alexander Cox.
Sure. And then give it 180. Now, the track phone of 304-960-5998, did that have a subscriber to Alex Cox?
It was subscribed to a Gmail account.
Okay. When you executed the search warrant to obtain those records, did you obtain an affidavit from TrackPhone authenticating those, as well as a thumb drive of the cell phone records themselves?
Yes.
I can have my paralegal approach with Exhibit 180. Inside that exhibit, if you can just verify, did the track phone provide a print-off showing the track phone was purchased from a Walmart store, 5494? And it should be its own piece of paper.
Yes, I have. I'm looking at it right now in here. But yes, I am familiar with this as well.
Does that exhibit contain a print-off showing that the track phone was purchased on September 25th of 2019 at a Walmart superstore in Idaho Falls, Idaho, store number 5494?
Yes.
And does it show the activation date of September 26th of 2019?
Yes.
And does that also contain a print-off of all of the call detail records for that track phone number 304-960-5998?
Yes, it does.
State will move to admit 180.
Foundation.
All right, 180 is admitted.
When you looked at the call detail records, did they reflect that this phone was used from September 26th when it was after October 2nd? Was there any other phone calls made or received by this phone?
No, that phone was no longer seen or activated after that date.
Is this the phone number we're talking about, the 304-960-5998?
Yes.
When you looked through these call detail records, is there only one number that ever calls this track phone?
Yes.
Is that phone number the only number that ever calls it, 515-402-0143?
That is correct.
Is that the number that we previously heard Detective Nate Duncan testify as being associated to Chad Daybell?
That is correct, yes.
Looking at these call detail records, does this track phone, the 304 number, call only one number itself?
Yes.
And is that number that is called by this track phone the 515-402-0143 number associated with Chad Daybell?
Yes.
So every call on this is either made by Chad Bell to this or to Chad Daybell?
That is correct.
And the call detail records, do they reflect that 515-402-0143 number associated as Chad Daybell calling and receiving calls from this leading up to the shooting of Brandon Boudreaux as well as immediately after it?
Yes, prior to the shooting and shortly after the shooting, yes.
When you obtained these records as well as all these other cell phone records, did you reach out to the FBI?
Yes.
Why did you do that?
Because the FBI has resources for cell phone data analysis and tracking purposes, and we recognized at this juncture that we could use their assistance.
And what did you ask them to do with this information?
So with this information, I was able to get in contact with cellular analysis specialist with the FBI to provide them the data that I received for my warrant requests and then the responses I received from those companies. And they were able, the FBI was then able to assist with tracking locations of the devices during these particular time frames where we know individuals were communicating with each other.
Did you ask the FBI to look at this track phone, the 304 number that was purchased at the Walmart in Idaho Falls and activated on September 26th?
Yes.
Did you ask the FBI to look at the affiliated to Lori Vallow, the 480-489 number?
Yes.
And did you ask the FBI to look at Alex Cox's phone, the 480-351 number?
Yes.
And to map those around the time leading up to and after the shooting of Brandon Boudreaux?
Yes, I wanted to know what the phone activity was and location was for Lori Vallow, Alexander Cox, and then the other phone believed to be used by Alexander Cox.
Did you also provide the FBI cellular analyst with that Gmail data that was obtained via search warrants?
Yes.
For the Homer J. Maximus at gmail.com associated to Alexander Cox?
Yes.
I have no other questions for this witness.
All right, cross-examination.
Detective Pillar, you're the case agent on this case, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And how many times have you been the case agent before this case in October 2nd, 2019?
As a detective case agent?
Correct.
I couldn't give you a specific number. I'd have to guess.
Okay, how about a guess?
I would give roughly a couple hundred, maybe more.
Okay. So you've been the case agent on a couple hundred cases?
Yes, on investigations both in the Special Victims Unit and within our Violent Crimes Unit.
And is it the responsibility of a case agent to know pretty much everything about their case?
We do the best we can, yes.
Is it your responsibility as the case agent to review all the reports done by the officers and lab techs?
Yes.
Is it your responsibility to question the findings that are done by your officers?
By the fellow detectives, yes. By the officers themselves, if I have some speculation or questions about the initial reports from responding officers, I might set up a meeting to talk with them. But as detectives, we're all within the same facility, so I usually can just talk with them about any questions I might have or requests I might have.
Okay. And what color did Mr. Boudreaux say the Jeep was when he was with Officer Marianne Robb?
When he was with Officer Robb, he described it as a green-colored Jeep.
And what is the color of the Jeep that was seen by witnesses in the neighborhood?
It was referred to as different colors. What I surmised it to be was a darker colored Jeep Wrangler.
So did you hear dark blue?
I do not remember specifically hearing dark blue, but I know that color has been brought up.
And is it your understanding that the color that Brandon pulled up on his phone to show the officers was camo green? Is that correct?
That's what was discussed by Officer Robb, but I was not privy to that actual conversation, and there was no supplement that I saw that indicated that.
So as the case agent, you did not watch the body cam with Officer Robb?
I watched all body-worn camera from this case.
And so in the body cam, you did not see him actually show it to Officer Robb and Officer Bullock that were standing there?
Not that I recall, but again, I watched many hours of body-worn camera footage, but I do not recall that specifically. No, I do not.
Would you like to see it to refresh your recollection?
If we want to take the time to watch that. But I'm also not disagreeing that it very well may have been said or shown to be a camo green.
So when is the first time you wrote in all of your reports that it was a gray Jeep? So where did you glean that information that the Jeep was gray?
The gray Jeep came about from my contact with the Chandler Police Department on October 9th.
So Brandon never told you it was a gray Jeep, is that correct?
I do not recall him ever describing it in the initial contacts as a gray Jeep, no.
And none of the neighbors ever called it a gray Jeep also, is that correct?
Not to me, no.
Okay. According to the police report, it stated that they found glass in the road, but only one piece was photographed. Is that correct?
From the photos I've seen, yes.
And then was that piece of glass that was found, one little piece, tested to see if it was actually glass from the window?
No.
And so did you just assume it was from the window?
With the time frame from the initial call for service to officer arrival and the consistency with the other shards of glass, I believed it to be related.
But you don't know that for sure at all. Is that correct?
Correct.
Also in the body cam, in about 7 or 8 seconds in, Brandon is seen moving glass with his feet and then walked out to the street with Officer Rob and Officer Bullock. So is it possible that he transported that piece of glass with his shoe?
Possible.
The answer will stand.
And were you present at the time when they did the comb of the neighborhood?
The line?
Yes.
The line search, yes, I was present.
And how many people were in that line search?
Approximately 11, and they were all with the Criminal Investigations Division. It was all detectives, not patrol officers at that time.
And did you participate in that, in the line?
I did.
Okay. And was anything found in the line?
Through that line search, no, we did not find any viable evidence, usable evidence that we believe were associated with the case.
And what were you actually looking for?
Quite honestly, anything, whether it be fragments of a bullet, which was the primary focus, glass shards that could be consistent with the damage to the vehicle. At this point in the initial investigation, this was our last act of searching the neighborhood. And this was, again, after the scene investigation, the canvassing, the interviews. This was just one last walk around the neighborhood to see if we could identify anything.
About how long did that take, that line search?
Approximately 45 minutes to an hour.
Okay. And you had mentioned, or someone had mentioned before about the metal detector. Was that part of that walk or something separate?
Yes, that was both part of the walk and the investigation at the 3875 East Phelps address, within the glass, within the landscaping around the vehicle.
And who had that metal detector? Do you know which officer had that they were searching?
I couldn't say specifically who, but I know it was used.
And the neighbors that were I know that Officer Rob had testified about talking to the neighbor, Samantha. Did you follow up with any of the neighbors yourself?
I did not follow up with any of the neighbors myself. Those tasks were delegated to fellow detectives in the days and weeks to follow.
And then, but they report to you, right? Is that correct?
If there's something that is helpful, yes. Many times if they go there, they'll simply say, hey, I knocked on X amount of doors and was unable to make contact with residents. Or if they have no findings, they'll simply just let me know I didn't find anything.
So anything helpful to go along with already what you thought had happened, though, is that correct?
Anything to say one way or the other. I mean, as detectives, we have to be neutral fact finders. We're not choosing one way or the other. We are following the evidence. In this case, with the evidence we had at that point, we were following our best leads.
And so did you learn from Officer Rob that the neighbor that she had got contact with said that the Jeep had a tire on the back?
Can object to hearsay.
Sustained. Sustained.
Your Honor, I wasn't asking for the truth of the matter asserted. I was asking for the effect on the listener. Officer Rob.
Sustained.
Can I have a sidebar?
No, sustained. Next question.
In your estimation, Detective Pillar, how far was the Jeep when the supposed shot was taken?
With the information provided by Mr. Boudreaux and the neighbors describing where this Jeep was located, where I believe, at least at the time, where that glass shard might be related in the roadway, I would guess I don't want to guess because we didn't measure, and I don't know exactly where the individual was in the Jeep. What I can say is it was within a few feet. And when I say a few feet, I'm going to say 10 to 20 feet of a moving vehicle approaching where the projectile hit the Tesla.
Okay, and why were no measurements taken?
We didn't know exactly where that Jeep was located at night, but we didn't have an exact location for that Jeep, a specific.
If it was parked nose to nose with that white van, you kind of know exactly where it was parked.
We have a good idea where it was at, absolutely.
Were taken.
No measurements, no ma'am.
And what measures were taken to decide the trajectory?
I don't know how to answer that question.
Did the Gilbert Police Department ever was?
No.
So were there tests done to find the trajectory?
No, because again, we don't have the exact placement, the height, the angle in which the projectile came from. And we can't determine that with just a whole Tesla that was since moved prior to police arrival.
You know how you can find out how tall the Jeep was, right?
No.
You cannot?
No.
And you don't know how tall the Tesla was?
The Tesla we could figure out at the time, but we did not measure the Tesla.
So no trajectory was ever really determined. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. And the hole in the car in the Tesla was right in 2 inches long? Is that
From the sticker, the letter A sticker, yes.
Correct.
I believe, based on that, yes, I would say that hole was approximate size of the scraping or the indentation that led into where that sticker was actually placed.
And then what type of bullet could make that kind of damage?
Check the expertise or knowledge foundation.
Can you lay more foundation of how he would be able to make that opinion?
What was your determination of what kind of bullet would make a hole that large?
I don't need ammunition training or certifications to provide that answer accurately.
From your own shooting experience, would you use a rifle or a handgun?
In my experience and training, again, I don't have trajectory or what particular bullets will do. What I do know is there's dozens of styles of bullets, whether it be a hollow point, full metal jacket, a frangible piece of ammunition. There's ammunition that are made, both of which can be utilized by a handgun or a rifle. The information I was provided, it at least seems that a rifle was the most reasonable weapon that was utilized to shoot a car, but to give an answer full ammunition, whether it be coming from a specific weapon, I cannot answer that.
Okay. And you're the case agent, is that correct?
Yes.
This is your investigation, is that correct?
Yes.
So did you not think it would be a good idea to do whatever kind of testing you could find out what kind of gun this was?
There would be no way to find out what kind of gun this was.
There's no way to determine if it was a handgun?
No.
No way to determine whether it was taken from 30 feet or 10 feet?
No.
There's no way to determine if it...
No.
There's no way to determine if it was going left or it was going...
There's evidence to show that it was going eastbound while the vehicle was traveling westbound.
You explained to us a little bit about what GSR was, right? So that's gunshot residue, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And can gunshot residue be transferred from person to person?
The particulates that come from residue, and to be fair, I'm not a gunshot residue expert, but from the particulates that come from there, is it possible for transfer to be made? No.
Can residue be transferred from person's hand to, say, clothing? Get your hands off. So do you know what gunshot residue is made of, what the three elements are?
I do not.
You do not?
I do not.
Are you aware that all three elements have to be present in gunshot residue?
I can object at this point to, again, he's repeated that he's our expert.
You can answer.
I'll answer that I understand the collection of evidence, and I will acknowledge process the evidence in a lab. So I know when I'm collecting jars to collect, you mentioned 3 elements. I don't know how accurate that is, but I do know how to know where to submit it to be analyzed to confirm what elements are needed to confirm that they.
Okay. So, Agent, hundreds of times of gunshots, is that correct?
Not all cases where you gunshots or homicides. I have investigated and other violence.
From someone's hands?
Yes.
Typical, right? In a gun case has been fired?
Typical, a tool or a evidence technique that can be utilized? Absolutely.
So you're not aware that antimony, barium, and lead all three have to be together for it to be gunshot residue?
It's sustained. He said he doesn't know this.
Okay. You had testified earlier about being there with Tammy, correct, when she collected the samples for GSR?
Yes, we were at the property building in Rexburg together, yes.
How many people were there present at that time?
There was myself, CSI Lachik, Detective Hermosillo, and I believe 1 or 2 other individuals from the Rexburg Police Department.
And did she note the number of swabs that she took at that time? Was she taking, I'll clarify. Taking note at the time when she was collecting those swabs?
No, but she swabs and then again notating on the collection itself. So I guess it's a note then, yes, but she didn't have a book with her where she was documenting everything.
She wasn't taking separate notes.
Thank you.
So the notes are something.
Yes, I did not see her taking those notes, if you're referring to
You flew up there together on a commercial airline?
myself, Ms. Lashik, and I flew up there on a Arizona state government plane. So it was just 3 of us in the Tylee flight.
So that's how you go up and back at your leisure and in the same day.
In the same day, and this was Mr. Detective Olzak at the time, being a detective with the Department of Public Safety, DPS. They utilize a state plane that's typically used for planes, and because they were assisting with the process allowed us to use one of their private from expert, I hope, to process our sheet.
You flew in actual Rexburg on the little.
They have a small, correct.
So you did not witness Ms. Lachik separate notes besides what she wrote on the actual samples. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Do you remember what she was wearing that day, Ms. Lachik?
I do not remember what she was wearing, no.
Detective, are you familiar with the license plate readers?
I'm familiar with how, yes, I am familiar with LPR readers, but again, I'm not an expert in license plate readers.
And you work for the Gilbert Police Department, is that correct?
Yes.
And then how many license plate readers are there in the city of Gilbert? Do you know?
I don't. I can tell you that's changed a lot over time because the technology's gotten greater and they're smaller and easier to use. So to answer the question of how many in Gilbert, I have no idea. But at the time, I don't believe many. But that is speculating. I don't know about the LPRs in Gilbert.
And then would you, as the case agent in this case, have access to those Gilbert readers? Like, could you call them up and say, hey, I'm a Gilbert detective and I need license plate readers?
I wish it was that fancy, but the reality is what we do is we have crime analysts, civilians that are working with our police department who have access to LPR readers and to criminal histories and things of that nature. So in cases like this, I had our crime analysts assist with requests for LPR hits for the LWD 0997 Texas plate.
And did you find any of those?
There were LPR hits, yes. There were multiple.
Where were they located?
The one that was presented was southbound in Holbrook on I-40.
Have you been to Holbrook before?
Have I been to Holbrook
Arizona?
before? If I have been, it's only passing through. So I don't believe, I've never stopped in Holbrook, I guess I'll say that.
Do you know how far away it is from here? From, well, say Gilbert, Arizona?
I do not know how far Holbrook is from Gilbert, Arizona. I know it's north of us.
And so, I'm sorry, where were the other ones that you said there were several? You said one was in Holbrook.
One was in Holbrook. That's the one that's, I know is presented. The other ones I do not have independent recollection of. They are documented in the police report.
So you don't have any documented in Gilbert, is that correct?
There were no LPR hits in Gilbert, I can tell you that.
None in Mesa?
None in Mesa.
None in Phoenix?
Not that I can recall.
None in Scottsdale?
None in Scottsdale.
None in Tempe?
None in local cities. They were all highway cameras that were involved in this.
So only Holbrook, Arizona, to your knowledge, and then Idaho?
Yes.
Is that correct?
There were some in Idaho as well, yes.
Okay. And do you have any idea, maybe you don't, but do you have any idea how long that they store that data? So like, as a detective, you go back and say, I need this, and they're like, well, we only have 30 days back or whatever.
I don't know their storage capacity or how long it lasts.
Okay.
And they are separate companies. Some are run by the government, some are run by private companies. So the retention period I am aware of for the separate entities.
And who did you contact to find out about these LPRs? Who did you have to go to?
The crime analyst who contacted the respective agencies and private companies who operate those.
So crime analysts within your department?
Yes.
Okay, do you know who that was that you went through?
Yes.
Can you tell us who that is?
Lori Orr.
Okay. So you call her and she calls them and they figure out the LPRs?
They provide her with the data, and it also, to go back to what you asked earlier, the retention period, they give it for every time this license plate is within their retention time. So there was data that were returned for this license plate. Again, I don't know how the time frame was, but I was focused on the time around October 2nd of 2019.
And so in all of what you asked Lori Orr to get, you have this one in Holbrook, Arizona on October 1st. Is that correct?
That is correct. The one that has been.
And
yes.
nothing in Gilbert
Correct?
on October 2nd.
Correct.
Nothing in Gilbert on October 3rd.
I would object to asked and answered.
Overruled. I mean, technically you're right, but I'll let her recap. Go ahead.
Yes.
There were no LPR hits for that vehicle or that plate in the Phoenix metro area in the cities during that time frame.
Time frame meaning October 1st to October 3rd.
Yes, 2019, yes.
Before that, you had contacted the FBI on the phone records of a tracking of a phone. Is that correct?
Yes. Requested the assistance with the phone cellular analysis.
And how do you talk me through that? How did that work? Who do you call?
So initially, on October 9th, myself, Detective McDermott, with a couple detectives from the Chandler Police Department. This is where the images of the incident that happened in Chandler earlier in the year in July. They were able to provide us pictures of the Jeep Wrangler with the Texas license plate. Further was learned on October 16th was when I received from our crime analyst the first image of the Jeep Wrangler driving southbound from Holbrook, presumably towards the Phoenix metro area, with that Texas license plate and without the wheel affixed to the back of that Jeep. It was at that time that I re-established communication with Chandler's police, and it was through our communication that it was decided to reach out to the FBI to further request their assistance.
So did you reach out to FBI personally, or did Chandler Police Department reach out to FBI personally?
It was a collective phone call, and then
Okay.
the Chandler Police Department and then the Gilbert Police Department detectives, we went to the FBI field office in Phoenix, which is in far north Phoenix, at which time we made contact with federal agents there, FBI agents.
And so Nicholas Balance is the one who created a report concerning these phones, is that correct?
He was ultimately the one that we worked with the most, yes.
Did you talk to him initially, or did it get sent to him eventually?
He initially got assigned. Initially, it was a sit-down meeting with some FBI agents and detectives, providing them the data we had for them to analyze. And then Nick Balance was assigned this case.
And you spoke to him specifically, directly?
I talked with him directly multiple times, yes.
Okay. And then do you have emails and phone calls and things with him, correct?
Multiple, yes.
And were those turned over to the defense?
As far as I know, I don't know.
So in his report on Bates pages 54, 82, a report that said, did you get a copy of that report that he did, Nicholas Balance?
I'm not sure or familiar with which report you're referring to. Are you talking about the Gilbert Police report, or are you talking about a separate report from the FBI?
I'm talking about Nicholas Balance's report that I guess is PowerPoint.
Is it possible for me to see what you're looking at and I can say yes or no? Because I have seen presentations, but I'm not sure which one you're referring to.
She has.
Thank you. Do you want me to go to a specific page?
Yeah,
Ms.
so on
Daybell?
page 15 of the report, it shows a purchase of a phone on 9/25/2019.
And I don't know if it's GM time zone that's in, but
Okay.
I-
And
it's
for
usually
those of us who
GMT.
are not military correct, it's about what time?
10 hours, like
PM.
9, 10 p.m. Again, I don't know if that's GMT. Most of the data that I've seen done with this cast is GMT, which is global, and you have to subtract on the globe.
As far as mountain time or central time or
Yes, ma'am.
Pacific time. So on the top of the report there, It says 7:10, 2 hours prior to this cell. Is that correct?
I don't object to this person's foundation to knowledge by this detective who did not create this.
Right. The original question was if he was familiar with it, or that answered first.
Okay. Are you familiar with this report? Have you reviewed it for your testimony here today?
I have seen reports that look like the page you're talking about, and I didn't draft it, and I don't want to give any incorrect information. Answer what you want to ask me, but I don't work with CAST, and personally, I'm not an expert in this area.
Okay. Well, just on each particularly.
Hold on. Let's go sidebar. Okay, it looks like we've gone into a sidebar. They've gotten the browser seems to be freezing up periodically. It needs to update in the middle of the stream, almost to the end. We'll just kind of out and have it freshly updated for the oh, I don't know. I'm getting cross. To questions about insignificant things or things that never happened to try to make it look like their jobs, like referring to a child on the side. She's talking about a BB gun, the implication being, well, he shot out the window. So I did see that the court had ended for the day in real time. We're probably process. And we'll go, what is another 5 minutes?
Detective Pillar, did you ever hire?
I did not.
Your
Okay, 10:15 would be 11:15 for me plus half-hour delay, so so that would be quarter to 2 for East Coast, quarter to 11 for West Coast in Arizona. Okay, and that can go 11:45 gets walked back 30. They may go over some stuff, but then again, maybe they won't. So anyway, and when we get in the pro, I'll take care of the lag issue. The neck. It was like, oh, yeah, it was painful. Okay, well, thank you very much for joining me and have a great evening. See you tomorrow. Bye-bye.